Chapter 2388 Haughty Primal True Dragon. Chapter 2388 Haughty Primal True Dragon. Divine Martial World. It didn't take Yan Yi long to arrive at Divine Martial World with the myriad world diagram. Yan Yi was quite shocked by its speed of teleportation, but the location gave Yan Yi quite the trouble. At this moment, he was on a wide stage, or to be more precise, he was in an arena. Countless people were in the surroundings, and all of them had their gazes on him. A woman with a sword in hand was standing before him. She too was looking at him right now. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and his gaze stopped on her in the end. She had a good figure, especially her legs. They were very long and pale. Because she was only wearing a pair of leather shorts, her long legs were fully visible before his eyes. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Sorry for disturbing you." He turned around with the intent to leave, but the woman suddenly tapped her foot down, and then sword energy arced like a crescent and flashed over to Yan Yi. The sword energy dispersed to reveal her figure. "Crescent arc flash!" someone exclaimed with surprise. "I never expected Senior Sister Yi to have cultivated it to such an extent. Amazing, truly amazing. Of course. Senior Sister Yi is the most outstanding disciple in our North Charge sect. He actually dared to get into the arena to challenge her. I've never seen him before." She sized up Yan Yi and asked, "What's your name?" Yan Yi smiled. "It's just an accident. Farewell." Yan Yi tapped his right foot down and shot up into the air. Meanwhile, the woman was stunned for a moment, and then she shot up into the air and went after Yan Yi. In the clouds, Yan Yi frowned when he sensed her following him, and he stopped on the spot. Meanwhile, she appeared before him. Yan Yi asked, "Do you need something?" She sized up Yan Yi and asked, "You're a sword cultivator?" Yan Yi nodded. She grinned. "In Divine Martial Continent, where everyone cultivates in the martial Tao, there are very few sword cultivators. I'm in a good mood, so I can give you some guidance." Yan Yi was stunned. She continued, "Come, swing your sword and let me see your skill." Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "It isn't necessary, right?" "Not necessary?" She was stunned and spoke angrily. "Kid, do you know that it's a huge fortuitous encounter to you? Cut the crap and let me see how strong you are." Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and took a step forward, and then a sword was pressing against her forehead. She was stunned on the spot. Yan Yi lowered his sword and walked away. Suddenly, she appeared in front of Yan Yi and bowed. "I'm sorry for failing to discern a senior like you." Yan Yi glanced at her. "What's your name?" she hurriedly said. "Yi Xiaotian, the North Charge sect is my home." Her eyes were filled with pride as she finished speaking. Yan Yi felt speechless. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, would you like to visit my sect?" "The North Charge sect." Yan Yi glanced at the area below and asked, "Is the North Charge sect powerful?" "Of course." She was immediately filled with energy. "The North Charge sect is the strongest in at least 500,000 kilometers around here, and my father's a limit breaker realm expert." She glanced at Yan Yi and continued, Senior, are you at the limit breaker realm?" Yan Yi smiled. "The true Tao realm." "Impossible!" She was quite agitated. "Normal true Tao realm experts can't even resist a single move of mine, so how could you possibly be one? As far as I'm concerned, you're at least a one-world realm expert." Yan Yi shook his head. "Forget that. Anyway, your father is the master of the North Charge sect, right?" She nodded. "Why?" Yan Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Can you take me to see him?" He was here to look for a Nanjing. However, he couldn't contact her right now. So, he could only see help from others. Yi Xiaotian was slightly hesitant when she heard him, and Yan Yi smiled. "What is it?" She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why are you looking for my father?" Yan Yi grinned. "To see if he can help me with something. Of course, it won't be for free. I'll repay him." "Well, just forget I said anything if you can't." He turned around and walked away. She hesitated a while longer. In the end, she said, "I'll take you to him, but can you give me some guidance in the sword Dao?" Yang Yi grinned. "Of course." She cracked a smile. "Senior, please come with me." Yang Yi nodded, and then he went to North Charge Sect with her. He sized up the surroundings. The sect wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. No matter what, if he could gain their help, it would be a good thing for him. Yi Xiaotian led Yang Yi to a large hall, but they were stopped at the entrance. It was a black-clothed old man who'd stopped them. Yi Xiaotian said, "Uncle Mo, I want to see my father." The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then gazed at Yi Xiaotian. "Your father is with guests. I can't let you disturb him right now." "Guests?" She frowned slightly. "What guests?" The black-clothed old man smiled. "The master of the Skywalker sect." Yi Xiaotian hesitated for a moment and gazed at Yang Yi. The latter smiled. "It's fine. I can wait." She was about to speak when the old man suddenly asked, "And who is this?" His gaze had descended onto Yang Yi. Yi Xiaotian hurriedly replied, "This is a friend." Yang Yi smiled. "I'm her friend." "A friend?" Yi Xiaotian glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Yeah. Uncle Mo, he's a friend of mine." She gazed at Yang Yi. "How about you rest in my courtyard first? We can come again once my father is done." Yang Yi nodded. "All right." Yi Xiaotian turned around and left. Yang Yi nodded slightly to the old man and followed her. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xiaotian led Yang Yi to her abode. It wasn't a very huge courtyard house, but it was very exquisite, and there were numerous formations in the surroundings. She opened the door of a room for Yang Yi. "Senior, you can rest here for now. I'll go over and wait for my father to be done. I'll immediately notify you once I know more." Yang Yi smiled. "Thanks." Yi Xiaotian cracked a smile and left. Suddenly Yang Yi said, "I took a look, and I noticed that your sect isn't a sect that focuses on the sword. So why did you choose the sword?" She stopped and gazed at Yang Yi with slight excitement. "Because it's cool. Just think about it, sword cultivators flying through the world on their sword while carrying out righteous deeds. Killing all evil they come across, and then leaving coolly on their sword. Isn't it really cool?" Yang Yi felt quite speechless. She was cultivating in the sword just because it was cool. Yi Xiaotian smiled. "Senior, do you think I'm very childish?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Not at all. It's a single sword, but there are a million paths. Since you like this path, then do it and work hard for it." Her smile grew even more brilliant after receiving Yang Yi's affirmation, and she bowed respectfully to him. "Thank you for the guidance, Senior. It has truly enlightened me." "Right, I'll be leaving for now." She turned around and left swiftly. Yang Yi shook his head. Righteousness? It was a good thought, but reality was cruel. Yang Yi was about to close the door when a black-clothed old man appeared before him. It was the old man from before. Yang Yi glanced at him. "Do you need something?" The old man sized up Yang Yi and said, "The son of the Skywalker sect's master is her fiancé." "Fiancé?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. "I'm afraid you've misunderstood. We're just friends, very normal friends," the old man replied indifferently. "The Skywalker sect isn't of the same opinion, especially my young Miss Fiancé. So, for your safety's sake, it's best if you stay away from her." The old man vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi shook his head, closed the door, and entered the primordial pagoda. At the rear mountains of Void Mountain, Snowy was at the primal true dragon's territory, and both Oxy and Aria were behind her. The primal true dragon was advancing. After the battle that day, the dragon had shown signs of advancing. Snowy, Aria, and Oxy were watching it. The aura it emanated was growing increasingly stronger, and its size was growing too. The primal true dragon had been 3 kilometers long before this, but as its aura grew, its body was growing too. Besides that, dragon pressure appeared throughout Void Mountain. Dragon pressure! Needless to say, it was extremely terrifying. especially to other demon beasts like Oxy who possessed an inferior bloodline. Even the primal vicious tiger felt extremely oppressed by it. Only Arya and Snowy were completely unaffected. The primal true dragon's figure gradually became 6 kilometers long, and then its aura started to stop growing. The two-world realm. This dragon was a demon at the two-world realm. Yan Yi was about to show himself when the dragon suddenly gazed at Arya, and then dragon pressure slammed down upon her. Provocation filled the primal true dragon's eyes. Revenge. Arya had almost eaten it that day, and it had never forgotten that enmity. Now that it had grown much stronger, its first desire was revenge. Snowy blinked and wondered what it was planning. Meanwhile, Oxy shook his head and moved behind Snowy. As for Arya, she licked her tongue when she noticed the dragon's gaze, and then she passed it to Oxy. Oxy hurriedly took the tongue from her. He wanted to say something, but he decisively moved aside when he noticed the expression on Arya's face. Meanwhile, the primal true dragon slammed its claw at Arya. Arya licked her lips while a strange smile arose on her face, and she gazed at the dragon like it was a feast. Chapter 2389 Arya the Terrifying. Chapter 2389 Arya the Terrifying. Yan Yi and Sword Scroll didn't stop the fight because they wanted to see if they could figure out Arya's true identity. What was her origins? Both of them were very curious. Meanwhile, the dragon's claw had arrived above Arya, and powerful dragon pressure was simply capable of destroying everything. Suddenly, Arya formed claws with her hands, and then she stomped her right foot down and shot up into the air. An instant later, a small claw slammed against the center of the primal true dragon's claw. The difference between the dragon claw and the small claw was like the difference between a human and an ant. It was amusing and absurd. However, such a small claw had forcefully stopped the dragon claw. Moreover, at that same instant, the dragon pressure was obliterated completely. No, it hadn't been obliterated. It had been devoured. Yan Yi noticed to his shock that Arya had completely devoured all the dragon pressure. At the same time, the dragon claw cracked open. The primal true dragon was shocked and planned to pull its claw back. However, Arya stomped her right foot down, and she formed a beautiful arc as she arrived before the dragon. She just gazed at it, face to face, and being stared at by Arya made the dragon panic slightly. However, it was very well aware that begging for mercy wouldn't work right now. It could only fight. Glory or humiliation depended on this battle. The primal true dragon howled with fury and slammed its head at Arya. The powerful impact of it caused the space in the sky to tremble violently. Arya didn't try to dodge it and just slammed a punch at the dragon. Bang! The punch forced the primal true dragon to a stop, and the scales throughout its body actually exploded apart at the exact same moment. Blood sprayed. Arya suddenly became excited when she saw the blood. Actually, she could be said to have gone into a frenzy. She flashed over to the dragon's back and punches rained down upon it. Bang! 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 Every punch she swung would make the primal true dragon shrink slightly. During this time, the dragon did try to fight back. Unfortunately, no matter how it fought back, it was futile before Arya's punches. As her punches rained down upon it, it grew smaller and smaller, and its body was covered in injuries. In just a short while, the dragon had returned to its normal size. Suddenly, Arya stopped punching, and then opened her mouth and sucked the dragon into her stomach. Yan Yi and Sword Scroll's expressions changed drastically when they witnessed this, and even Snowy was stunned. She ate it? She really ate it? Meanwhile, a chill ran down Oxy's spine. Yan Yi and Sword Scroll appeared before Arya at practically the exact same moment. She blinked when she saw them. Big brother Yang! Big sister Sword Scroll! Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, Arya, it's still a child. Children should just be taught a lesson when they're mischievous. Right. She smiled. Why teach them a lesson when you can just eat them, then they won't be mischievous anymore? Isn't that great? Yan Yi laughed bitterly. Give me some face and let it go. Meanwhile, Snowy went over to her and touched Aria's stomach. After that, she gazed at Aria while obviously asking her if it was tasty. Yang Yi slapped Snowy on the butt. The little fellow was still asking her if it was tasty at a time like this. Yang Yi really wondered how fearless Snowy was. Snowy cracked a smile at Yang Yi, and then she gazed at Aria. She pointed at Aria's stomach to tell Aria that she couldn't eat the dragon. Aria puckered her lips. But I'm very hungry. Snowy thought for a moment, and stretched out her paw toward Aria. There was a tonghalu there. Aria felt quite helpless. She took it and spat toward the side, and a ray of golden light shot out from her mouth. The primal true dragon had been spat out on the ground. At this moment, it was in a miserable state. Its entire body was covered in injuries, and there wasn't a single intact scale on it. Besides that, no one knew what it had encountered within Aria's body, but it seemed to be on the verge of death. It may have died if it was spat out just a moment later. Yang Yi glanced at Aria, and he knew she was really eating the dragon. She wasn't joking. Yang Yi didn't blame her. After all, she was no human, and so she couldn't be judged based on human standards. In the demon race, powerful demons would absolutely not allow other demons to provoke them, and if a weaker demon provoked a stronger demon, it was definitely no different than asking for death. As for the primal true dragon, it had really been asking for death. Of course, Yang Yi could understand its feelings. After all, it was a primal true dragon, so it naturally had to fight back when it was bullied like this. Unfortunately, Aria was stronger. Aria licked the tonghalu, hesitated for a moment, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Big brother Yang, you won't let me eat this fellow, then can you find me something else to eat? Tonghulus can't fill my stomach at all. They weren't filling. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, Aria, do you like to eat demon beasts? Aria hurriedly nodded. She pointed at the primal true dragon. Demons like it will fill my stomach, and they're very tasty too. It'll even grow stronger from eating them. Big brother Yang, how about you just let me eat it? The primal true dragon's body twitched, and it fainted from fear. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Aria, you can't just try to eat someone else because you're hungry, right? She felt quite helpless. But I'll be very hungry if I don't eat them. She glanced at the dragon and continued. Moreover, I think it exists to be my food. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Snowy blinked and gazed at the dragon. It's for Aria to eat. Actually, Snowy was very curious. She was curious about whether the primal true dragon was really as delicious as Aria made it seem, and she was considering giving it a try. If the dragon knew what Snowy was thinking, it wouldn't have just gone unconscious from fear, it would have died from fear. Snowy didn't just eat it, Snowy would eat its spirit, and that was more terrifying than Aria. A chill ran down Yang Yi's spine when he heard her. The primal true dragon was for her to eat. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll's voice resounded in Yang Yi's head. It's normal. It's the food chain. In the eyes of wolves, sheep are there for them to eat. Right. The food chain. Yang Yi gazed at Aria again. He had no doubt that Aria was higher up on the food chain than the primal true dragon. Yang Yi sighed softly. Actually, he didn't know what he should do with her nature. The demon world had its own laws of survival, and so did the human world. Using the laws of the human world on Aria was clearly unsuitable. However, since she was with him, he had the responsibility to make her at least a little human. Fortunately, she had the conscience and humanity of a human. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to become friends with Oxy or spare the primal true dragon. However, it wouldn't work if he allowed this to continue for long. Big brother Yang, I'm going to play with Snowy. Meanwhile, Aria spoke abruptly, and then she waved at Snowy and pranced off into the distance. Snowy cracked a smile at Yang Yi, and then she followed after Aria. Oxy naturally followed right behind Snowy. Oxy felt both respect and fear toward Aria. However, as far as he was concerned, Aria was actually very good. Oxy felt the primal true dragon wasn't bad either, but it didn't know how to keep a low profile. Only Yang Yi and Sword Scroll remained here. They glanced at the dragon on the ground and felt quite helpless. Yan Yi walked over to it and placed his palm against its stomach. Primordial violet energy surged incessantly into it, and the dragon immediately seemed much better. Yan Yi shook his head and gazed at Sword Scroll. What is Aria's true form? Even a primal true dragon was completely suppressed by her. Sword Scroll fell silent for a long time and said, She may be from before the primal era, eh? She stopped abruptly at this point. Yan Yi hurriedly asked, What? Sword Scroll shook her head. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Those creatures went extinct a long time ago. They have practically never been seen even in the eternal universe, so it's impossible for one to be here in eternal border. Yan Yi laughed bitterly. He was just about to pursue an answer when he suddenly looked up, and then he returned to the outside world. The door was being knocked. Yan Yi opened it, and Yi Xiaotian was outside. Yi Xiaotian smiled. Senior, my father said he will see you now. Yang Yi smiled. Thanks. She grinned. It's nothing. Come with me. As they traveled, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Senior, my father's temper isn't very good, so when you... Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry, my temper's very good. She nodded. That's good to hear. It didn't take long for them to enter a hall, and Yang Yi saw two middle-aged men there. The middle-aged man in the seat of the host wore a loose robe, and he seemed quite chubby, but there was a dignified expression on his face. The other middle-aged man was on the right of the host, and he wore a black robe. The black-robed middle-aged man had glanced at him when he entered just now. There had been a trace of killing intent in that glance. Yang Yi frowned and wondered why the middle-aged man had the desire to kill him. Meanwhile, the host spoke abruptly. Xiaotian, you can leave. I want to have a talk with your friend. She hesitated for a moment and said, Father, he's my friend, so don't try to scare him. The middle-aged man smiled. Of course. She only relaxed when she saw him smile, and then she turned around and left. Once she left, the hall suddenly fell silent. Yang Yi broke the silence first. Senior, I'm here because I'd like your sex help. Of course it won't. Help? Suddenly the black-robed middle-aged man laughed with ridicule. You're seeking help from the North Charge sect? Who do you think you are? An ant at the True Tao realm actually speaks of seeking help from the North Charge sect. Do you even know your own limitations? Or perhaps your parents never taught you how to act? And they didn't. A ray of light flashed. The middle-aged man's voice stopped abruptly because a sword was pressed against his forehead. Both middle-aged men were stunned by this. Yang Yi pressed his sword forward, causing it to pierce into the middle-aged man's flesh, and so blood flowed from his forehead. Yang Yi looked the black-robed middle-aged man in the eyes. This is something I learned on my own. Do you think it's effective? He pushed his sword in a little more as he spoke. Blood sprayed. Chapter 2398 Flash from Afar. Chapter 2398 Flash from Afar. Silence. It seemed like the hall had frozen in place. The middle-aged men were completely stunned. The person Yang Yi had his sword against was the master of the Skywalker sect, an actual Limit Breaker realm expert. But a Limit Breaker realm expert hadn't been able to resist a single swing of this young man's sword. No, he hadn't even been able to fight back against the young man. At this moment, they were absolutely shocked. Meanwhile, the master of the North Charge sect cupped his fist to Yang Yi. Please forgive me for my lacking hospitality. Yang Yi lowered his sword and gazed at the North Charge sect's master. It was nothing. He laughed embarrassedly and gestured at Yang Yi. Please have a seat. Yang Yi didn't refuse and took a seat at the side. Meanwhile, the black-robed middle-aged man was quite embarrassed, and he couldn't decide if he should just leave or stay. The black-robed middle-aged man wasn't angry because the person before him was so strong that he didn't dare to feel such emotions. Yang Yi ignored the black-robed middle-aged man and gazed at North Charge sect's master. I'm here for one thing. A friend of mine came to Divine Martial Continent, but I don't know where she is now. I hope you can help me find her. Of course, they'll compensate you. The master of North Charge Sect shook his head. Compensate me? Don't even speak of such things. Since you're a friend of Ziotian's, then you're a friend of mine. Your business is my business, and the business of my sect. Yan Yi was stunned speechless. My Skywalker sect is willing to be of service to you too. Suddenly, the black-robed middle-aged man spoke abruptly. Yan Yi gazed at the black-robed man, and he cupped his fist. I'm the master of Skywalker sect, Li Yuan. Please forgive me for my previous offense. He paused for a moment and said, My Skywalker sect and the North Charge sect are the largest sects in this area, and we have our own intelligence networks. Besides that, we have some connections with some of the other large sects in the area. I can talk to them myself and ask them to help you. Yi Tianqing suddenly said, Brother Li is right. If you have the Skywalker sect's help, then your chances will be much higher. Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, Then thank you. Yi Tianqing suddenly asked, May I know your name? Yan Yi smiled. Yan Yi! He flicked 2 portraits over to them, and it was Nanjing's portrait, of course. Yi Tianqing and Li Yuan exchanged glances. In the end, they cupped their fists to Yan Yi, and Yi Tianqing said, Well, go make arrangements now. Suddenly, Yan Yi flicked a pile of eternal immortal crystals to them. There were around 50 of them there. Both of them were stunned by the sight of this. They were eternal immortal crystals. In a place like Divine Martial Continent where spirit energy was scarce, eternal immortal crystals like these were legendary treasures. And there were even so many here. Yi Tianqing and Li Yuan exchanged glances. In the end, Yi Tianqing gazed at Yang Yi. Young brother Yang, what are you doing? I told you that since you're a friend of Ziotian's, then you're a friend of my sect. You're treating us like outsiders if you do this. While the eternal immortal crystals were great, a favor from an extraordinary expert was much better. They were very well aware of what they would gain by giving this up. Of course, Yang Yi understood what they were thinking. So, he smiled. Finding someone takes a lot of manpower. As they say, things get done easily when there's enough money. Just accept these eternal immortal crystals as my good intentions and use them to encourage people who need to be encouraged. As for the specifics, I'll leave it to the 2 of you. They exchanged glances, and then they stopped refusing and accepted the crystals. Once they left, Yang Yi left the hall. Yi Xiaotian appeared before him outside the hall, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. Yang Yi thought for a moment and smiled. Do you have a suitable place? Yes. She shuddered, and then she ran off. A short while later, she ran back to Yang Yi and smiled with embarrassment. Senior, please come with me. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he followed her to one of the rear mountains in her sect. It was a mountain specially allocated to her for her cultivation in the sword. Passed down his sword Dao. Actually, Yang Yi wasn't very good at teaching others, because Head practically never taught anyone. However, just a little bit of guidance from Yang Yi would be extremely beneficial to Yi Xiaotian for a long time. Yang Yi asked her to spar with him, and then he pointed out her flaws. Time passed swiftly. 4 hours later, Yang Yi left, and she fell into deep thought. Yang Yi told her the sword was used to kill. The sword was for killing? She felt that Yang Yi wasn't wrong, but she felt that something was off about it. What was off about it? She was pondering deeply about it. Yang Yi returned to his room and entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivate. Now, he had 2 sects helping him locate in Nanjing, so he could use this time to cultivate well. He was suppressing his cultivation now, so he had to ceaselessly improve himself in every other aspect while suppressing his main realm of cultivation. Only then would he have the ability to surmount his realm of cultivation and kill his enemies. Besides that, he had to train with the divine treasures he possessed. For example, the seal of suppression and true energy mirror. He had to get used to using them. Only then would he be able to use them with ease against his enemies in battle. Besides that, Yang Yi was focusing on his practice with the sword gourd. At the instant his sword shot out of the sword gourd, the explosive force the sword contained was even greater than his heaven rend. Moreover, its speed was extremely swift, and capable of taking someone's head from far away. Most importantly, the sword gourd had more than one sword within it. So, it could release numerous swords. Practice. In the clouds of the primordial pagoda, the sword gourd hung by Yan Ye's waist, and he just stood there with his eyes closed. Focus! Sword Scroll told him that he had to focus when using the sword gourd. The more he focused, or in other words, when his mind and soul were focused, his soul could lock onto his enemy while his mind issued the command to attack. The mind. The more focused he was, the stronger it would be, and the more accurate it would be. Divine treasures weren't that easy to utilize, and they weren't just easily utilized upon obtaining them. Every single one of them required the user to engage in extensive practice, and it was best if the user could merge into one with it. In that way, the user would be able to bring forth the full strength of the divine treasure. Among the divine treasure Yan Yi possessed, the primordial axe of creation was undoubtedly the strongest, but Yan Yi had given up on it, because it was more suited to Oxy. Oxy's physical form and strength were very well suited to the primordial axe of creation, and the sword suited him best. In the sky, Yan Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then the sword gourd shook violently. After that, a ray of light flashed, and a distant tree instantly exploded apart. An instant later, the ray of light returned to the sword gourd. Yan Yi grinned. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Satisfied already? Yan Yi looked over and saw Sword Scroll. She walked over to his side and raised a finger. There's a tree over there in the distance, and there's a leaf on it. Try and see if you can pierce that leaf. Remember, only the leaf. A leaf. Yan Yi frowned slightly, and she smiled. What? You can't do it? Yan Yi glanced at her. I'll try. He issued a command in his heart, and a ray of light shot out from the sword gourd. The tree there suddenly exploded apart and was obliterated. The entire tree had been blasted into nothingness. Yan Ye's frown deepened. You've only gained a rudimentary grasp of it. Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. The sword gourd has many, many uses. When the owner of this sword gourd used it all those years ago, just its name was able to instill terror in the hearts of countless experts. It's because you may not even see its owner before you die. Its strength lies in the element of surprise, its speed, and its accuracy. If you can make it faster, more accurate, and take your enemies by surprise, then even if your enemy is just 500 kilometers away like that tree or even further, you'll still be able to kill your target with a single attack. Surprise, speed, and accuracy. Yan Yi looked down at the sword gourd by his waist, and then he closed his eyes slowly. FENL. See practice. Rays of sword energy frequently shot up into the air, descended into the ground, and flashed through the ocean. There were no shortcuts when it came to cultivation, only painstaking training. Especially when dealing with divine treasures. Only hard work could help him truly bring forth the strength of these divine treasures. Meanwhile, Snowy's eyes lit up as she watched Yan Yi launch those swords through the surroundings. Fortunately, she didn't try to take the sword gourd from him and play with it. She was quite sensible at most times. Of course, it was only limited to Yan Yi. Snowy watched for a while, and then she brought Oxy to the primal true dragon's territory. At this moment, it was still asleep. Since Arya taught it a lesson that day, the dragon kept a very low profile and practically never left its territory. It just slept all day. Of course, sleeping was cultivating for it. The primal true dragon seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened its eyes. As soon as it saw Snowy, it immediately crawled up from where it was sleeping and went over to Snowy. Snowy patted its horn and waved her paw. She was telling it to go play with her. The dragon shook its head to say that it wanted to cultivate. Cultivate? It had to grow stronger to avoid being bullied. Cultivate? Snowy blinked, and then she started waving her paws. She was telling the dragon that it was no match for Arya and that Arya was very strong. Oxy nodded to display his agreement. Arya really was very strong. The primal true dragon fell silent. It was a dragon, a dragon. If its ancestors found out that it had been bullied like this, they would probably be angered to death. When had the dragons ever been bullied like this? As for the culprit of it all, Arya, she was touching her own head in her abode right now. 2 horns had started to emerge from her head. They were very small, but they were there. Black horns. Chapter 2391 Instantly. Chapter 2391 Instantly. Arya touched her horns and was quite stunned. Am I going to be like Oxy? Wouldn't I look really ugly? Arya muttered, and then she shook her head and ran outside. Yan Yi was still practicing with the sword gourd high above in the clouds. Yan Yi had gotten addicted to practicing with the sword gourd, because he noticed that it was really powerful, and if it was used to launch surprise attacks, it would be absolutely matchless. Dead before seeing anyone. That was what the sword scroll called it. However, Yan Yi's current speed wasn't really sufficient to soundlessly kill a limit breaker realm expert. Train to the death. Needless to say, Yan Yi's improvement was very swift with Sword Scroll's guidance, and it could be described as being capable of rivaling the speed of gods. Yan Yi felt quite a bit of admiration towards Sword Scroll. Sword Scroll's knowledge in the Sword Dao was much, much greater than his own. Especially some minor techniques. It was exactly these minor techniques that were extremely helpful to him. At this moment, he understood why Tianxiu said Sword Scroll would be able to help him in the future. In the sky, Yan Yi sat on a cloud while Snowy stood on his shoulder, and Sword Scroll and Arya were by his side. Besides that, there was Oxy who had an axe on his back. Presently Oxy was using the primordial axe of creation, and Sword Scroll had even taught Oxy 3 moves. According to her, they were demon techniques. In Eternal Universe, many great demons possessed various demon divine techniques and demon techniques. These demons who possessed such techniques were extremely terrifying. Simply speaking, Oxy was growing stronger and stronger. Sword Scroll glanced at the sword gourd by Yan Yi's waist, and then she waved her hand. It immediately descended into her grasp. She spun it around and said, This sword gourd has another extremely formidable ability, and it's the essence of this sword gourd. It is its limitlessness. Limitlessness? Yan Yi said. Be a little more specific. Sword Scroll nodded and said, Place your sword supreme and sword precursor within it, then so long as you possess enough profound energy, mental strength, and soul energy, you can instantly launch 2 flying swords. 2 flying swords that can kill any enemy. Moreover, 2 isn't the limit of this sword gourd. If you have 10 swords, you can launch 10 of them at once, even 100. Just think about it. If 100 swords are instantly launched during battle, how terrifying would that be? She paused for a moment and continued. However, the sword gourd's requirements towards swords is extremely high. If Snowy hadn't increased the strength of their spirits, those 3 ancient swords within it would have shattered after being launched just 4 or 5 times by the sword gourd. So, if you have the opportunity, collect more good swords. Of course, the important matter at hand for you is to cultivate and strive to improve the speed of your sword to your current limits. My limits? Yan Yi asked. What are my limits? She grinned. Instantly killing a 2-world realm expert. That's your current limit. Instantly killing 2 world realm experts. Yan Yi fell silent. How fast would his swords have to be in order to accomplish that? And how strong would they have to be too? Meanwhile, Sword Scroll turned around. You must be strong, extremely strong. You understand what I mean. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Yan Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he shook his head and smiled. He looked at Snowy who was on his shoulder, and she was staring at the sword gourd. Obviously, she wanted to play with it. Yan Yi waved his right hand, and the sword gourd appeared before Snowy. He smiled. Play if you want to. But you can only play for an hour. Snowy immediately hugged Yan Yi's head and kissed him on the forehead. After that, she grabbed the sword gourd and slapped it. A sword howl resounded. A ray of light tore through the clouds, and if one looked up from down below, one would notice that the entire sky had been cut open. From then on, besides cultivating, Yan Yi played with Snowy and Area. Of course, he did one more thing, mutual cultivation. This period of time was absolutely fun for Yan Yi. Every single session of mutual cultivation didn't just give him physical pleasure, there was mental pleasure as well. Of course, the most important aspect was the increase in strength. After cultivating in the yin-yang scroll, every session of mutual cultivation gave him a huge increase in strength. He was certain that if he stopped suppressing his cultivation right now, he would rise to the peak of the World Lord realm. However, he suppressed that impulse. Suppression. Suppress until he couldn't anymore. Now, he was very well aware that he could still suppress it, and he could do it for a very long time. Outside the primordial pagoda. After they received his eternal immortal crystals, the North Charge sect and Skywalker sect did everything they could to locate in Nanjing. They practically sent out all their eyes and ears, and they even used many other avenues to search for Nanjing. However, they weren't able to find any information on her. In the hall of North Charge sect, there were only 3 people here. Yan Yi, Yi Tianqing, and Li Yuan. Yi Tianqing laughed bitterly. Young brother Yang, I'm sorry. We haven't been able to find any leads in the last 10 days. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. It's not your fault. Someone has concealed her from the workings of the heavens, so it's normal that you're unable to locate her. Yi Tianqing and Li Yuan exchanged glances, and they saw bitterness in each other's eyes. If they could find a Nanjing for Yang Yi, he would definitely owe them a huge favor. Unfortunately, even with all the resources they possessed, they still weren't able to locate any information on her. Moreover, they even wondered if she really was in Divine Martial World. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood up. I think it's time I took my leave. Yi Tianqing asked. You're leaving? Yang Yi nodded. Thanks for your hospitality, but I'd like to search around at other places. Yi Tianqing hesitated for a moment and said, You can try Divine Martial Capital. There's a place called the Divine Martial Sect there, and it's the #1 sect of this world. Its ancestor, Xiao Xunwu, went to Eternal Border in the past. I heard he even made a great name for himself over there. If you're able to gain their help, then you'll have a very good chance of locating your friend if she's in Divine Martial World. Yan Yi asked. The Divine Martial Sect? Yi Tianqing nodded. It enjoys a great amount of prestige in Divine Martial World, and it's the largest sect here. If they give the order to search for someone, countless smaller sects will work with them. However, it's probably not easy to obtain their help. But I don't think you're an ordinary person, so you can give it a try. If the strength Yan Yi revealed wasn't that unfathomable, he wouldn't have made such a suggestion. Because the Divine Martial Sect was the largest sect in Divine Martial World, so they wouldn't even bother to entertain the requests of any ordinary person. The Divine Martial Sect. Yan Yi nodded, committed it to memory, and then cupped his fist. Farewell! Once he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He saw someone outside the hall. It was Yi Xiaotian. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he flicked a sword over to her. It was one of those 3 ancient swords. Yang Yi smiled. During this time that you were practicing, I noticed you didn't have a suitable sword. I obtained this one by chance, don't bring shame to it. Yan Yi transformed into a ray of light and vanished on the spot. The others here were stunned on the spot. A sword. The sword in front of her was a pseudo-divine treasure. A real pseudo-divine treasure. The entire North Charge sect only had one of them. Yet now, Yang Yi had casually given her another. Yi Tianqing and Li Yuan exchanged glances, and there was a wisp of shock in their eyes. Of course, there was greater pleasant surprise in Yi Tianxing's eyes. Yi Xiaotian was stunned for quite a long time, and then she stretched out her hand and grabbed it. The sword shook slightly, and then she hurriedly said, Independent Illinois, take good care of you. Well, travel the worlds and carry out righteous deeds. All right? The ancient sword remained silent. Meanwhile, Yi Tianqing suddenly asked, Xiaotian, did he say anything about his origins? She put the sword away, hesitated for a moment, and said, He said that it's best if we don't have too much ties with him. He said it's for our own good. Yi Tianqing and Li Yuan exchanged glances. In the end, Li Yuan shook his head and sighed. He possesses such strength at his young age, and his aura of slaughter is too thick. While he doesn't seem like a bad person, he isn't anyone ordinary. Just as he said, it's best if we stay out of the kind of circle he's in. Otherwise, we'll die before we know it. Yi Tianxing nodded. Indeed. Sigh, I wonder who he is. Yi Xiaotian suddenly grinned. Because Yang Yi had told her that she could go look for him in Eternal Border when she was free. Eternal Border. Yang Yi was from Eternal Border. Suddenly, a black-robed man appeared in the hall, and they were shocked by the sight of him. Yi Tianxing sized up the man and asked, "May I know who you are?" The man spoke indifferently. "Do you know where Yang Yi is going?" He was ordered to follow Yang Yi, but Yang Yi had been too fast when he left North Charge Sect just now, so he hadn't been able to keep up at all. Coupled with the fact that he didn't dare to get too close to Yang Yi, had lost Yang Yi. Thus, he had no choice but to come here and ask about Yang Yi. Yang Yi! Yi Tianxing and Li Yuan exchanged glances, and then Yi Tianxing shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't know?" The black-robed man's voice became quite cold, and then he looked at Yi Xiaotian. "You just had to gain guidance in the sword Dao from him. What can you do after learning it anyway?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand at her from afar. Hiss! Hiss! She hadn't even been able to react before her arms fell to the ground, and blood sprayed out like fountains. Chapter 2392 3 Breaths of Time Are Over. Chapter 2392 3 Breaths of Time Are Over. Yi Xiaotian was stunned. "How dare you!" Yi Tianxing howled with fury, and then a powerful aura slammed down at the black-robed man. "The Limit Breaker Realm!" The black-robed man's voice had a trace of disdain in it as he waved his right hand. Bang! The hall exploded apart, while Yi Tianxing was blasted backward. The explosion alarmed the entire North Charge Sect. Countless disciples looked toward the hall. Yi Tianxing gazed at the black-robed man with astonishment. "The two-world realm, you're a two-world expert." The black-robed man walked slowly in Yi Tianxing's direction. "I'll ask one last time. Where did Yang Yi go? If you don't give me an answer in 3 breaths of time, then this sect will be the tomb of everyone here." Li Yuan was about to say something when Yi Tianxing suddenly shook his head. "Brother Li Yuan, don't believe him. He wants spare us regardless of what we tell him. As expected of a sect's master." The black-robed man spoke coldly. "You understand things well. However, while the outcome is still death, I can give you a quicker death." Yi Tianxing laughed bitterly. "Just because we know Yang Yi?" "Yes," the black-robed man said. "Anyone who knows him, or is linked to him, must die." Yi Tianxing was puzzled. "Why?" the man suddenly said. 3 breaths of time have passed." He raised both his hands before him. In an instant, the entire North Charge Sect shook, and an invisible wave of pressure enveloped it. A two-world realm expert. Despair covered their faces. The black-robed man suddenly lifted his right hand. "A bunch of ants." He was about to push his hand down once he finished speaking. However, he suddenly turned around, and he saw a ray of light descend from the sky. A moment later, it arrived before him. He was shocked and raised his right hand to stop it. Bam! A sword appeared at the center of his palm, a sword that emanated sword energy. The black-robed man held onto the sword with everything he had, and a solemn expression filled his eyes. Suddenly, the sword shook violently. Bang! The black-robed man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. As soon as he stopped himself, the sword shot forward again, and it was so fast that everyone here could only see a ray of light flash. A vicious glow flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. He raised both his hands, and a blood-red shield immediately appeared before him and obstructed Yang Yi's sword. A pseudo-divine treasure. However, Yang Yi's sword precursor had become a divine treasure. So, as soon as they collided, the shield started cracking apart. The black-robed man was shocked and hurriedly shot backward while putting the shield away. Meanwhile, a man appeared before him. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yi Tianqing and Li Yuan heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi because a two-world realm expert wasn't in existence they could resist. Yang Yi glanced at Yi Xiaoshen's ghastly pale face, and then his own expression instantly turned icy cold. He issued a command in his heart and sent her into the primordial pagoda. Without primordial violet energy, she would die within 10 minutes. Yang Yi looked up at the black-robed man. The Freedom Sect? Longevity Sect? Creation Sect? Immortality Sect? Or Guardians? The black-robed man didn't say anything. He just turned around with the intent to leave, but a ray of sword energy suddenly appeared before his forehead. A flying sword. The black-robed man was shocked, and he hurriedly flashed away from this lethal strike. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared before him, and then Yang Yi drew his sword. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically, and he used the blood-red shield again while his profound energy surged madly into it. The sword descended. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the shield exploded apart while the black-robed man was blasted away. Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly shot out of the sword gourd. Bang! The black-robed man was blasted away, and an arm of his vanished. Had just stopped himself in midair when a sword immediately arrived before his forehead. The black-robed man cracked a smile. Amazing, truly amazing. I didn't expect you to have grown so strong. Even a two-world realm expert is nothing before you. We underestimated you, we really underestimated you. Yang Yi walked over to him. Which power are you from? The man grinned. Why? Want to annihilate us? It's fine. Even if you don't go to them, they will come for you. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, his body exploded apart, and then a shadow vanished into the sky. Had fled with just his soul. The black-robed man knew he was no match for Yang Yi, so had decisively chosen to abandon his body and flee with his soul in order to give himself a chance at survival. However, how could Yang Yi possibly allow that to happen? At the instant the black-robed man's soul escaped, the sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist shook, and then a ray of light vanished into the sky. A shrill cry resounded from far away. Swoosh! A ray of light entered into the sword gourd. Yang Yi put his sword away and looked at Yi Tianqing and Li Yuan. Sorry for causing trouble for you. Yi Tianqing laughed bitterly. Young brother Yang, is Xiaotian all right? Yang Yi shook his head. She's fine. He glanced at the sky and continued. I didn't expect them to even refuse to spare all of you. I'm sorry. If this happens again, just tell them where I am. Yi Tianqing was slightly hesitant. But, Yang Yi smiled. It's fine. They aren't existences all of you can deal with. So, just let them come to me. Yi Tianqing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Just as Yang Yi had said, those powers that had enmity with Yang Yi weren't existences that their sex could offend. Yang Yi brought Yi Xiaotian out of the primordial pagoda, and her arms were healed. She gazed at him. He was going to kill us just because we knew you. Yang Yi spoke softly. Sorry. It really was his fault because had brought calamity to them. She shook her head slightly. It's not your fault, it's theirs. They just do as they wish. The lives of the weak are nothing to them. She suddenly looked up at Yang Yi and continued. In the future, I'll target and kill people like them. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Her eyes were filled with determination. Yang Yi glanced at her and smiled. Then work hard. After all, that guy was very strong. She nodded. I'll work hard. I definitely will. Yang Yi smiled. Once you have sufficient strength, don't forget to visit me in Eternal Border. He gazed at Yi Tianqing and Li Yuan, and then he flicked a talisman over to them. If someone comes here again, then feel free to tell them where I am. If they still insist on acting against you, then crush this talisman, and he'll get here as soon as possible. Actually, he was aware that he was being followed, and the only reason he hadn't killed that person was because he couldn't be bothered to. Moreover, he was well aware that if he killed one, another would come. If that continued, it would just be a waste of time. However, He noticed that person hadn't followed him when he left North Charge Sect. He knew that the expert following him may act against North Charge Sect, and so he immediately turned back. Sure enough, it had occurred. If had been just a little later, then the North Charge Sect would probably cease to exist. A protection talisman. Yi Tianxing naturally didn't refuse it, and he took it and said, "Thank you." Yan Yi nodded, and then he vanished into the sky. Yi Xiaotian looked up at the sky with slight envy. "Father, he's so strong. He killed that guy with just 2 attacks. Oh, right, that gourd wasn't bad. Father, get me one too." Yi Tianxing rolled his eyes. "It wasn't bad? That was a divine treasure. It was impossible to get one even if he sold his entire sect." Not long after Yang Yi left, an old man appeared here. Yi Tianxing and the others seemed like they were facing a formidable enemy when they saw him. The old man glanced at the surroundings. "Where's the corpse?" Yi Tianxing waved his right hand, and the black-robed man's corpse appeared before the old man. Yi Tianxing hadn't destroyed it. The old man scanned the corpse and asked, "How many attacks did it take him?" Yi Tianxing hesitated for a moment and said, "I think it was 3. 3 attacks." The old man closed his eyes slowly. A 2-world realm expert had been killed with just 3 attacks. Such strength surpassed his expectations. A short while passed before the old man asked, "Where is he going?" Yi Tianxing told the truth. "The Divine Martial Sect. Xiao Xinwu." The old man frowned and looked at the sky. "Is Xiao Xinwu the founding ancestor of the Divine Martial Sect?" Yi Tianxing confirmed. "Yes." The old man suddenly chuckled. "Interesting. According to my knowledge, Xiao Xinwu seems to be quite interested in that sprite progenitor too." The old man vanished on the spot. Yi Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief. Not every expert was fond of bullying the weak for fun. Around an hour later, Yan Yi descended to the ground, and a huge ancient city stood before him. "Divine Martial City!" Yan Yi looked up at the sky. "Nanjing, where are you?" Chapter 2393 Poverty Limits Her Imagination. Chapter 2393 Poverty Limits Her Imagination. Yang Yi stood silently before the city for a short while, and then he restrained his thoughts and entered Divine Martial City. Divine Martial City. Divine Martial Continent could be described as a city where everyone cultivated in the martial Tao, and its attainments in the martial Tao was extremely advanced. Of course, it was still weaker than Eternal Border. After all, Eternal Border was where a myriad of worlds intersected, and the most advanced martial Tao in all the worlds was there. As for Divine Martial City, it could be said to be the center of the civilization of the martial Tao on Divine Martial Continent. It had the most advanced martial Tao on this continent. Once he entered the city, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and noticed that everyone here cultivated in the martial arts. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on his shoulder. Yang Yi glanced at her, and she cracked a smile. Obviously, she'd gotten bored inside the pagoda and wanted to play outside. Yang Yi smiled and didn't make her go back inside. Yang Yi took Snowy further into the city. His destination was the Divine Martial Sect, and it was at the center of the city. All along the way, Snowy kept looking left and right. Unfortunately, nothing was to her liking. Suddenly, a woman appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at her. She was around the age of 20, seemed quite pretty, and had a sword on her waist. She glanced at Yang Yi and asked, "Is your surname Yang?" Yang Yi nodded. "It is." She spoke indifferently. "My young master wants to see you. Come with me." She turned around and walked away. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and was quite surprised. Someone wanted to see him. It was the first time he'd been to Divine Martial World. Suddenly, she turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. "I told you to come with me. Didn't you hear me?" Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and glanced at her. "Is this how your young master taught you to invite someone?" She frowned slightly. "What? Do you want me to kneel down and beg you?" Yang Yi shook his head. "How unreasonable!" He ignored her and walked off toward the city. Her gaze turned icy cold. Suddenly, another woman appeared before Yang Yi. She wore a green dress, and there was a sword by her waist as well. She bowed slightly to Yang Yi. Young Master Yang Im left sword. When my young master found out you'd come here, we were sent especially to invite you to Cloud Residence. Yang Yi asked. Your young master knows me? She shook her head slightly. I do not know. However, you should be able to find out once you get there. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be going. He walked around her and just walked off into the distance. Suddenly, the woman from before appeared in front of Yang Yi. She gazed coldly at him. So you plan to act insensibly? Snowy blinked on Yang Yi's forehead, and then she clapped her paws together lightly. A ray of black light suddenly shot up into the air from the rear mountains of Void Mountain, and then it descended onto the ascension platform. It was Oxy with the primordial axe of creation in his grasp. Oxy looked up into the sky and was ready to attack at any moment. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi walked over to her and looked her in the eyes. Move aside. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the sword by her waist started trembling. It was about to leave its sheath. Suddenly, Snowy waved her paw, and the sword on her waist immediately left its sheath and entered Snowy's grasp. Snowy shook her head as she gazed at it. It was actually a pseudo-divine treasure, but it was nothing to Snowy now. However, Snowy didn't plan to return it. She just waved her paw and sent it into the primordial pagoda. The woman was stunned, and then she exploded with rage. She pointed at Snowy and howled with fury. Where is it? Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, Snowy blinked, and then her gaze descended onto the ring on the woman's finger. A moment later, she waved her paw, and the ring immediately struggled free of the woman and flew into Snowy's grasp. Snowy glanced at it, shook her head, and then threw it into the primordial pagoda with a face of disgust. At this moment, the woman in front of Yang Yi was beyond furious. You're courting death. As soon as she said that, she used her hand as a sword and pointed it at Yang Yi from afar. Hiss! An ethereal sword stabbed at Yang Yi's forehead. The sword was very fast, so fast that it surprised Yang Yi a little. However, it was quite difficult to kill him with such speed. Moreover, while it was fast, its strength wasn't sufficient. It could be said that he could just use his physical strength to defend himself against it. However, Yang Yi didn't do that. He tapped the tip of his right foot against the ground and vanished on the spot. A moment later, a hand grabbed the woman's throat. Her eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. This man who was around her age had actually been able to restrain her in just one move. Suddenly, Yang Yi slammed her against the ground. Bang! The ground instantly cracked open, and her head sunk into the ground. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy assaulted Yang Yi from behind. Left sword had attacked decisively when she saw Yang Yi restrain the woman. Yang Yi released the badly injured woman and slammed a punch forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then left sword was blasted away and was almost blasted out of the city. Countless gazes throughout the city were immediately attracted. Such formidable physical strength! Someone exclaimed with shock. It's probably at the World Lord realm. He's a monstrous genius to be able to cultivate his body to such an extent. At the edge of the city walls, Left Sword glanced at her right hand. It had cracked open, and it wasn't the only thing which had cracked open. There were countless cracks on her sword too. Such powerful physical strength. Left Sword looked up at Yang Yi. Young Master Yang, we have no ill intent. You don't? Yang Yi grinned. You two just tried to kill me, yet you say that you don't have ill intent? Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot once he finished speaking, and he was in front of Left Sword when he appeared again. The latter's pupils constricted, and she stabbed her sword forward. However, Yang Yi grabbed onto it. Head grabbed her sword with just his bare hands. Despair covered Left Sword's face. She knew that this man's strength wasn't something the two of them could rival. Brother Yang, please show mercy! Suddenly, a weak voice came from the side. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw a man walking over slowly in a white velvet robe. The man was extremely handsome. He had flawlessly exquisite features, a slender and tall figure, and was holding a white silk scarf. However, he seemed extremely frail. It was no man, it was clearly a woman dressed as a man. She walked over to him, but Yang Yi was still holding on to Left Sword's sword. She grinned. "Young Master Yang, can you put it down?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Give me an explanation. If you can't, I'll be taking the heads of these subordinates of yours." Left Sword's expression changed when she heard this. The woman grinned. "You came from eternal border in search of a person, and I may be able to help you with that." Yang Yi released the sword and walked over to her. "How?" She smiled. "Let's go someplace else," Yang Yi replied. "All right." She glanced at the woman on the ground, shook her head, and then looked at Left Sword. The latter hurriedly knelt down. "I deserve death." The woman closed her eyes. "Your haughtiness is a problem, and it needs to be fixed." She turned around and left. Yang Yi followed her. Yang Yi glanced at her from behind, and he seemed quite vigilant. She felt dangerous to him. Dangerous. She could make him sense danger. After all, he wouldn't sense any danger when facing a two-world realm expert. A short while later, Yang Yi followed her to a place called Cloud Residence. Cloud Residence was built on a cliff, and there were 3 bamboo houses here. When someone walked out of the bamboo house, one would be able to see the clouds. It was like a paradise for immortals. The woman sat cross-legged on a jade rock by the cliff, and there was a tea table set before her. On the table were 2 cups and some fruits. There were 2 women standing at the side. One of them was Left Sword, and the other woman was called Right Sword. The woman glanced at Snowy, who was on Yang Yi's shoulder. "That's the sprite progenitor?" Yang Yi glanced at her. "Not yet." She smiled, and she knocked the table lightly with her right hand. A short moment later, a fiery red fruit appeared on the table. As soon as it appeared, a refreshing fragrance arose here, and it refreshed the soul, gladdened the heart, and made one's entire body feel extremely comfortable. The eyes of both women were filled with shock when they saw the fruit. The mysterious spirit fruit. It was a strange fruit that could improve the cultivation and bloodline. It was a divine treasure. Not only was it very useful to people, it was even more useful to demons. It could be said that even the divine martial sect couldn't produce many fruits like this. She offered it to Snowy and smiled. "It's for you." Left Sword and Right Sword's chins almost hit the ground from shock. "She's giving it to that little fellow?" Left Sword and Right Sword gazed at Snowy. They really wanted to ask what made the little fellow so special to receive that fruit. After all, a two-world realm demon had been willing to serve their master for 20 years in order to obtain that fruit. However, their master hadn't agreed to it. Yet now, she was willingly giving it away? Snowy touched the fruit, and then she shook her head. After that, she pushed it to the woman. "Huh!" The woman gazed at Yang Yi. Obviously, she didn't understand what Snowy meant. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and translated. "She's saying that it's trash." The woman's face froze. "Nonsense!" Suddenly, Right Sword spoke angrily. "That's a divine fruit, a divine fruit? Do you know what that is? It's a divine fruit comparable to a divine treasure. That pet of yours doesn't recognize such a treasure and actually calls it trash? How laughable!" She seemed to have thought of something at this point, and she glanced at Yang Yi with fear while taking 2 steps back. "Fio." See, Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and pointed at the fruit before waving her paws. Yang Yi nodded. "Don't explain. I understand. It isn't the fruit that's not good enough, it's she who's too poor. Poverty limits her imagination. She isn't on the same level as you." Snowy blinked. Chapter 2394 It is a threat. Chapter 2394 It is a threat. The mysterious spirit fruit. Actually, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, the fruit on the table wasn't bad, and even Oxy's eyes were filled with desire within the primordial pagoda. However, he was very well aware that it was nothing to Snowy. After all, she had another fruit, the fruit from the old man with a bamboo chest. That was a true divine treasure. Right Sword wanted to say more, but the woman in front of Yang Yi suddenly glanced at her, and Right Sword grunted coldly. Young master, he's insulting you and that divine treasure! The woman ignored her and gazed at Yang Yi with a smile. Brother Yang, what do you think of them? Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Their natural talent is very good, but their character is bad, and their mentality is worse. Very good natural talent. Actually, they were only around the age of 20, but they were at the true Tao realm. Besides that, their sword intent was at the peak of the progenitor realm. They were only a step away from true Tao realm sword intent. Such attainments at their age were extremely terrifying. The woman in front of Yang Yi chuckled when she heard Yang Yi, but it only took a moment for her to start coughing violently instead. The two women hurriedly walked over to her, and then Left Sword passed the white pearl to her. The woman shook her head slightly, but Left Sword got anxious and hurriedly said, Young master, just eat it. She smiled and didn't insist when she saw the anxiety on the two women's faces. She swallowed the white pearl. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi. Young master Yang, I raised these maidservants of mine. They may be my maidservants, but they are like loved ones to me. But because of me and their own natural talent, it was unavoidable that they become slightly proud and haughty. She gazed at the two women who had lowered their heads. What did I say when I asked you to invite young master Yang here? Right Sword hesitated for a moment and said, To be respectful, and don't insist if young master Yang refuses. She asked. But what did both of you do? They fell silent. The woman gazed at Yang Yi and grinned. If you knew he was so strong, would you still do the same? You wouldn't. Because the strong should be respected, but should the weak not be respected too? Remember this lesson today, and you can leave if you act with an air of superiority over others again. Their faces instantly turned ghastly pale, and they immediately knelt on the ground and lowered their heads as they begged for mercy. Stand! The woman waved her hand lightly, and a soft gust of wind helped them up. Apologize to young master Yang. They didn't hesitate to walk over to Yang Yi's side and bow slightly. Young master Yang, we were at wrong. Please forgive us. Yang Yi glanced at them, and they lowered their heads and dared not meet his gaze. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled before looking at the woman before him. Shall we get down to business? She smiled. Of course. Right, allow me to introduce myself, Ailing. Ailung. It was quite a different name, but Yang Yi didn't have the mood to think too much about it. He just spoke frankly. Miss Ailing, you said that you can help me locate my friend. Is that true? She grinned. Of course. Yang Yi asked. What do you want in return? Ailing took a sip from her teacup and said, I'm sure you've noticed the issues I have with my body. Due to certain reasons, I've been sick for many years, and it's impossible to treat it no matter how I try. I came to Eternal Border in hopes of obtaining a divine treasure that can treat my illness, but my search was in vain. However, right when I was about to leave, I received news about you. Yang Yi said. The primordial violet energy. She grinned. Exactly. It's one of the 10 great spirit energies, and it can be described as a divine energy of healing. If I have its help, it might be possible to treat my illness. Yang Yi took a gulp of his tea and said, Find in Nanjing and it'll treat you. She smiled. All right. She withdrew a map and placed it before Yang Yi. This is a map of Divine Martial Continent, and the places circled in red are the forbidden areas of this continent. She pointed at 2 of the red circles and continued. If I'm not wrong, she's very likely to be in one of these places. Yang Yi asked. Why? She smiled. These are the only 2 places on Divine Martial Continent that aren't familiar to me. To be honest, I sent people to search for a Nanjing before you even arrived. Unfortunately, there's no sign of her anywhere else. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Are you sure she's not anywhere else? Ailing smiled. I'm certain. Yang Yi gazed at the map. The places she was pointing at were the Martial Tomb and Southern Desolate Lands. Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, What are these places? she replied softly. They can be considered as the most mysterious places on divine martial continent. Especially the martial tomb. Only Xiao Shenwu has been able to come out alive from that place. As for the southern desolate lands, while I haven't been there, I do know a little about it. There's a mysterious expert there. As for how strong that expert is or who that expert is, I do not know. The martial tomb. Yan Yi gazed at the martial tomb first. Miss Ailing, why is it called the martial tomb? Ailing smiled. According to legend, an extremely formidable expert in the martial Tao is buried there. However, even I don't know the truth of that legend. Yan Yi nodded. I'll go have a look then. Left sword and right sword couldn't help but gaze at Yan Yi. Go to the martial tomb? It's the most dangerous place on divine martial continent. Ailing suddenly said. Young Master Yang, do you need help with anything? Yan Yi thought for a moment and replied. Please continue investigating her whereabouts, and please let me know if you find anything. Ailing smiled. All right. Yan Yi nodded, and then took Snowy in his arms and was about to leave. However, Snowy suddenly gazed at right sword, and then she flew over to right sword. Snowy lifted her palm, and an ethereal axe appeared in her grasp. Snowy's going to attack her? Yan Yi was stunned, but it didn't take long for him to chuckle. This little fellow! Snowy didn't attack. She waved the primordial axe of creation at right sword, and then put it aside. Right sword was stunned at the sight of the axe. A divine treasure! It was actually a divine treasure! However, that wasn't the end of it. Snowy flipped her paw, and an ethereal pagoda appeared there. The primordial pagoda! Another divine treasure! Right sword was utterly stunned. But that still wasn't the end of it. Snowy sped up, and it didn't take long for the sword gourd, seal of suppression, myriad world diagram, and true energy mirror to appear before right sword. Divine treasures! All of them were divine treasures. Ryo knew. True divine treasures. Right sword was beyond stunned, and it was like she'd seen a ghost. Right sword wasn't the only one who was stunned. Ailing was quite stunned too. Because there were just too many divine treasures there. It made her wonder when they had become so common. Meanwhile, Snowy cracked a smile at right sword and put the treasures away. She flew over to Yang Ye's shoulder, and Yang Yi rubbed her head. You little fellow. He transformed into a ray of light and vanished into the sky. Right sword took a long time to finally recover from her shock, and she gazed at Ailing. Young master, she has so many divine treasures, even more than the divine martial sect. As the number one sect of this continent, it actually couldn't compare in wealth to that white little fellow. Divine treasures! Right sword was extremely shocked. It was the first time she'd seen so many of them. Ailing shook her head and smiled. You don't know her true identity. If you did, your jaw would hit the ground. Compared to those divine treasures, she's the true rare existence. Even 10,000 divine treasures can't compare to her. Right sword was about to ask about it when Ailing suddenly said, Since you're here, show yourself? A moment of silence ensued, and then an old man appeared nearby. The old man glanced at her and was about to speak when she suddenly said, You're here for Yang Yi? The old man replied, Yes. Ailing nodded. I've made a deal with him, that's all. I'm not interested in interfering in the enmity between him and the powers of eternal border, and I have no intent to fight for that sprite progenitor. The old man asked, What deal have you made with him? She glanced at him. You don't need to know. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly while a powerful wave of pressure appeared here. Suddenly, Ailing slapped her palm lightly against the table. In an instant, a jade cup on the table transformed into a ray of light that shot at the old man. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man was blasted far away. Once he stopped himself, he looked down at his palm, and there was a bloody hole there. It was a very deep hole that went through his arm. The old man clenched his right fist slowly and looked up at her with deep fear in his eyes. Meanwhile, she stood up slowly and walked out of the bamboo house. Allow me to repeat myself. I have no intention of interfering in Yan Ye's business with the powers of eternal border. However, all of you should not interfere in my business with him too. Don't disturb him until our business is concluded, otherwise anyone from your powers who dares to step foot into divine martial continent won't see another sunrise. The old man asked. Is that a threat? She stopped and grinned. It is a threat. She coughed lightly. Send him off. As soon as she gave the order, two robust middle-aged men appeared behind the old man. Both were two world realm experts. The old man's expression changed at this moment. Chapter 2395 Reverse Bloodline. Chapter 2395 Reverse Bloodline. The two middle-aged men behind the old man had locked onto him with their divine senses. Obviously, they would attack if he refused. The old man glanced at the bamboo house and left. In the bamboo house, Ailing sat cross-legged on the bamboo bed, and right sword and left sword weren't too far away ahead of her. Ailing spoke softly. Tell them to continue searching, and ask the other sects and hidden powers of the continent to help as well. Tell them I asked them to. Right sword hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, Yan Ye's strength may be not bad, but he's absolutely not a match for you. Since he has primordial violet energy, you can just ask him to hand it over. Why waste so much time? Ailing chuckled. He's no ordinary person. Do you think someone who can make all the powers of Eternal Border pursue him is someone who's easy to bully? Eternal Border. They were shocked. They naturally knew of Eternal Border. It was a place that all the experts of Divine Martial Continent wished to go to. Left Sword had been silent until now suddenly asked, Young master, why do they wish to kill him? Ailing grinned. Because of that white little fellow. That pet? Right Sword was puzzled. Besides being a little cute, there's nothing special about her. Ailing chuckled, but it didn't take long for her to cough violently. The two women hurriedly offered her medicine, but she waved her hand and said, She's not just a little cute. If she truly puts on a show of might in the future, she can destroy Divine Martial Continent in an instant. So, it's not only because he isn't an ordinary person, it's also because that little fellow isn't ordinary either. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, it's best to work with him. Right Sword wanted to inquire further, but Ailing waved her hand. Go do what I asked? They didn't say another word and just bowed slightly to her before leaving. After he left Cloud Residence with Snowy, Yan Yi headed straight for the martial tomb. In the clouds, Snowy sat on Yan Ye's shoulder, while lightly rubbing her head against his face. Yan Yi glanced at her, shook his head, and smiled. She was growing more and more intelligent. Earlier, Right Sword had spoken about her being unable to recognize the value of that fruit, and Shed actually remembered that, giving rise to what had happened before they left. She was a petty little fellow. Yan Yi looked up at the sky, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. He knew in Nanjing's character well. If she could contact him, she would definitely do so. So, what exactly was she doing? Was she unable to contact him, or was she too busy to contact him? Yan Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and sped up. He shot forward swiftly on his sword, and he stopped around 2 hours later. He entered a boundless mountain range, and it was like entering a boundless ocean. Yan Yi wanted to continue flying on his sword, but there was an invisible force above the mountain range, and it stopped him from doing so. Of course, he could fly by force, but he wasn't that overbearing. Snowy was looking left and right from his shoulder. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yan Yi summoned the primal true dragon. Its dragon pressure could deter many demons in the mountain range. Sure enough, it worked very well, and Yan Yi didn't even sense a mosquito nearby all along the way. After traveling for almost 2 hours through the mountain range, Yan Yi finally stopped, and there was a tombstone before him. There were 2 characters on it. The martial tomb. Yan Yi walked over to it. It wasn't huge, and there was nothing special about it. However, he could sense a faint fluctuation of energy from it. Yan Yi glanced at Snowy, and she flew over to it and patted it lightly. The tombstone didn't move at all, so she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shrugged to display that he didn't know anything. She thought for a moment, and then she withdrew the ethereal axe and placed it against the tombstone. If being nice didn't work, then force it is. Shed learned this technique from Yang Yi some time back, and it was really useful. The tombstone shuddered, and then a wave of fluctuations came from within it. Snowy blinked, and then she looked up at Yang Yi and waved her paws. She was telling him that the tombstone was asking what they wanted. What they wanted! Yang Yi had quite a weird expression on his face because the tombstone was really alive. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Ask it if it's willing to go with us." Snowy looked down at the tombstone and patted it lightly before pointing at herself. Obviously, she was asking if it was willing to go with her. Meanwhile, she seemed to have thought of something, and she blew lightly. In an instant, a strand of extremely pure spirit energy surged into the tombstone, and it shook violently in response. The tombstone fell silent for a long time, and then a wave of fluctuations came from it. Snowy looked up at Yang Yi and cracked a smile before patting the tombstone. In an instant, it moved over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled when he witnessed this. It was willing to go with them. It had willingly chosen to leave with Yang Yi and Snowy. Yang Yi placed his hand on it, and it felt icy cold to the touch. He grabbed it with his right hand and was about to lift it, yet he noticed to his shock that he was actually incapable of doing so. At this moment, a solemn expression instantly covered his face. It was so heavy. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he grabbed it between his arms and started to exert force. Not only did he use his profound energy, he used his profound primal energy too. The tombstone gradually started to move. At the same time, it started to leave the ground, and as soon as it left the ground, Yang Yi's face flushed red. Moreover, the veins on his arms bulged like little snakes. It was a shocking sight. 3 breaths of time later, Yang Yi released it. The tombstone crashed to the ground. Thud! The ground shook violently, and countless mountains in the surroundings shook violently as well. It was like someone had slammed a heavy blow against them. A treasure! Yang Yi glanced at his hands, and they were completely red. It was because he had overexerted himself. He gazed at the tombstone again, and there was a wisp of excitement in his eyes. He knew it wasn't ordinary. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Snowy. Ask if it belongs to someone else. Even though he wanted such a treasure, he had his principles. If it belonged to someone, then he wouldn't take it, even if it was willing to go with him. He could be shameless against his enemies, but he wouldn't do that under normal circumstances. Snowy blinked and gazed at it, and then she waved her paws swiftly. A short while later, she gazed at Yang Yi and started to convey what the tombstone had told her. It did. An old man had placed it here in the past. However, the old man was gone. It had been many, many years since it had been placed here, and the old man had never returned. So, it had no owner now. Yang Yi smiled and was just about to put it away when Arya appeared by his side. Yang Yi and Snowy gazed at her, and she gazed at the tombstone instead. She walked over to it, glanced at it, and then patted it lightly. "Big brother Yang, I want this thing!" Yang Yi was stunned. Snowy blinked and gazed at Yang Yi. She didn't mind because no matter who got it, it would return to her if she wanted it. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Arya, this thing is really heavy." "Heavy?" Arya blinked, looked down at it, and then grabbed it at the corner. After that, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as she lifted it with one hand. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Arya twirled it around, and then gazed at him. "Big brother Yang, it isn't that heavy." Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. "Yes, it isn't. Since you like it, it's yours." She cracked a smile. "Thank you." "Arya!" Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Why do you want this thing?" She patted it and said, "Oxy has a weapon now, and I want one too. Moreover, it gives me a special feeling like I've seen it before." "You've seen it?" Yang Yi frowned. "What do you mean?" She shook her head. "I don't know either." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to Arya and placed her paw on Arya's head. There were two small pitch-black horns there. Horns! Yang Yi gazed at those horns too and asked, Arya, what are those? She shook her head. I don't know. Yang Yi felt speechless because she knew nothing. Meanwhile, Arya patted the tombstone and smiled. Not bad indeed. I'm going to spar with Oxy. Let's see if his axe or my rock is stronger. She grabbed the tombstone and entered the primordial pagoda. Spar with Oxy? Actually, Oxy was against it. Unfortunately, Oxy couldn't refuse. Yang Yi ignored them. He would have to dissuade Arya if she went for the primal true dragon. Because they really didn't get along. So if she went to spar with it, she may really kill it. However, he wasn't worried if she was sparring with Oxy because Oxy had some status in her heart. Yang Yi took Snowy in his arms and walked toward the depths of the mountain range. But he hadn't even gone far before a wave of invisible energy pressed down upon him. At the same time, a voice came from deep within the mountain range. You even took my tombstone! You're terrible! That little girl from before. How inconceivable, she actually possesses that bloodline. This little fellow too, isn't this a sprite progenitor? Eh? Your bloodline. TSK, you were actually able to reverse your bloodline. Interesting. Yang Yi was stunned. Chapter 2396 Arya's Bloodline. Chapter 2396 Arya's Bloodline. Reverse bloodline? Yang Yi frowned. He glanced ahead and walked over with Snowy in his arms. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop because a white-robed old man had appeared there. The old man had his hands behind his back. His body was slightly hunched, and his beard was so long it almost reached his chest. At this moment, the old man was staring at Snowy. Yang Yi glanced at the old man, walked over, and cupped his fist. Sorry for disturbing you, senior. The old man grinned. It really is a sprite progenitor. He gazed at Yang Yi. The world is truly miraculous. I didn't expect to see a sprite progenitor in this world. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why can't there be a sprite progenitor in this world? The old man smiled. That is a good question. True, nothing is absolute. No sprite progenitor has appeared here in the past, but it doesn't mean that it won't happen in the future. There's a first time for everything. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head. As far as I'm concerned, she's just Snowy and not a sprite progenitor. The old man smiled. But the world is not of the same mind. Yang Yi smiled. What does that have to do with me? The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, Taking a different path is very difficult. Yang Yi grinned. It's a path I chose. So no matter how difficult, I'll finish it, even if I must do so on my knees. The old man sighed softly, hesitated for a moment, and said, Junior, let me ask you a question. Answer me truthfully. If the world you reside in suffers a calamity one day, will you step forward? Yang Yi fell silent. The old man asked, Is it very difficult to answer? Yang Yi shook his head. Senior, I'm a selfish person. The old man smiled. Who isn't selfish in this world? I asked because of your sword Dao. You're not a heartless and disloyal person. Otherwise, this sprite progenitor wouldn't choose to stay with you, and your sword Dao would never have been able to progress until this point. He glanced at Snowy and continued. That tombstone was forged by a good friend of mine with a precious treasure. It's a treasure he used a chaotic divine treasure and almost 100 years to refine. Yang Yi felt quite embarrassed, but he was not a shameless person. So, he was ready to return it. However, the old man suddenly said, Now I'm giving it to you. Huh! Yang Yi gazed at the old man with bewilderment in his eyes. The old man smiled. You didn't hear me wrongly. I'm giving it to you. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Why? The old man smiled. I think fate brought us together. Is that a good enough answer for you? Yang Yi shook his head to display that he didn't believe it. The old man thought for a moment and said, No one in this world isn't selfish, but at most times people are selfless too. Your emotions are true, kind, and extreme. But in the end, they are selfish emotions. They can only be considered as minor emotions. Do you know why the sprite progenitor is so powerful and loved by all things? Because their emotions are great emotions. Their hearts love all things, and so all things naturally love them. Yan Yi smiled. Senior, I can't be a hero. The old man thought for a moment and said, Don't you want your sword Dao to grow stronger? Yan Yi smiled. Yes, I really want that. But I think that nothing in this world can be had both ways, and I don't seek perfection either. As far as I'm concerned, all that matters is that I have a clear conscience. Regardless of whether it's to many loved ones, friends, or anyone else, a clear conscience is all that matters. As for the great emotions you spoke of, I think it does make a huge amount of sense. Unfortunately, it's not suitable for me. Because I don't want to be someone I do not want to be. He hesitated for a moment and continued. A friend of mine once said that I should never grow stronger for the sake of growing stronger. I think that makes a lot of sense. What do you think? A clear conscience. The old man smiled. Don't grow stronger for the sake of growing stronger. Your friend isn't ordinary at all. Yan Yi smiled and remained silent. The old man grinned. I never expected that I would be discussing the Tao with someone as young as you. Yan Yi grinned. I think you want to say that you never expected to discuss it with someone as weak as me, right? The old man smiled. We're from different generations. I dare not guarantee I would be able to suppress you at your age, just like that little girl. Both of you are extraordinary geniuses. As they say, time gives birth to greater talents, and so they lead the way for years to come. Little girl! Yan Yi clenched his fists. Senior, what did she look like? The old man glanced at Yan Yi and waved his right hand. In an instant, a portrait condensed from spirit energy appeared before Yan Yi. Yen. See in Nanjing. It was in Nanjing. Yan Yi suppressed his excitement and asked, Senior, where is she now? The old man asked. You came here to look for her? Yan Yi nodded. The old man said, She went somewhere else, the south. The south? The southern desolate lands? Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Senior, the words Martial Tomb were written on that tombstone. Where does that name come from? The old man grinned. I once had a nickname, the Martial Ancestor. The Martial Ancestor? Yan Yi asked. Did she take you as her master? The old man shook his head. No. Yan Yi was puzzled. Why? The old man smiled. She chose someone else. Yan Yi asked. The person in the southern desolate lands? The old man nodded. Her obsession was great, and her natural talent is very good. If she was willing to become my disciple, I would naturally not refuse her. No one in this world is more suitable to be my successor than her. Unfortunately, she chose someone else. He glanced toward the south and continued. It's really quite a pity. After he found out about Nanjing's whereabouts, Yan Yi had no further intent to stay. However, he still had a question, and so he asked, Senior, you spoke about reversing the bloodline. What did you mean by that? Reversing the bloodline, the old man explained softly. When a person's strength arrives at a certain level, they can change their bloodline. This change is like the strength of a demon beast's bloodline. However, it's not easy to reverse your bloodline, and anyone capable of accomplishing that is no weakling. As for you, your bloodline is being changed. In other words, you've surpassed your ancestors, or it should be said that you've surpassed all your ancestors. You've advanced beyond the bloodline they've given you and possess your own bloodline now. As for what it is, you'll find out once it has fully formed in the future. Bloodline! Yan Yi spoke solemnly. Anyone can advance above their own bloodline by their own efforts? Even demons? The old man smiled. In theory, yes. However, it's very difficult. As for demons, it's even more difficult. Many great demons of the demon race are made by their bloodlines but destroyed by their bloodlines too. Very, Very few demons are able to overcome the bloodline of their ancestors, but once they do succeed, they will rise to a new height. It's the same for humans. Now, you're slowly improving in all aspects, and the benefits are on the way. The strength of his bloodline. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he thought of a reason. It was his decision to suppress his cultivation. Was his decision to suppress his cultivation the reason that his bloodline had started to transform? Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He asked, Senior, you spoke about Arya's bloodline as well. What bloodline is that? The bloodline of a great demon? Arya? The old man asked. That little girl who took my tombstone. Yang Yi nodded. The old man chuckled. She doesn't possess the bloodline of a great demon. Her bloodline is much better than that. Even the greatest demon in the world has to submit before her. Yang Yi was stunned. He was about to say something when the old man suddenly said, Don't ask about her background. You'll find out when the time comes. I refuse to tell you out of respect for her. She hasn't awakened completely right now. Once she does, it's her business whether she's willing to tell you. If I tell you now, she may get angry at me for interfering. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. He stopped asking about Arya's background and cupped his fist. Then he'll be taking my leave. That sword sheath of yours. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly asked, Can you let me have a look at it? The sword sheath. Yang Yi nodded and withdrew the sword sheath had obtained from the mysterious expert beneath the Northern Sword sect. He flicked it over to the old man. The old man gazed at it for a long time before he said, I presume you've met that person. As he spoke, he flicked the sheath back to Yang Yi. He's a very powerful sword cultivator, a very powerful one. During our era, he was a sword cultivator who countless admired. Even that old geezer, Wu and I, who's never convinced of anyone's strength was convinced of his strength. Do not bring shame to that sheath, and do not bring shame to its sword either. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man vanished on the spot. Its sword! Yang Yi glanced at the sword sheath, fell silent for a short while, and then put it away and vanished into the distance. There were many questions in his heart. Who was the man beneath the Northern Sword sect? Who was this old man had just met? Who was the old man with the bamboo chest? Who were they? Which era were they from? Why did he feel smaller the stronger he became? Not long after Yang Yi left, an old man in black clothes arrived at the martial tomb. The old man was that same old man who'd been following Yang Yi. After he left Cloud Residence, had followed Yang Yi all the way here as he had to figure out everything about Yang Yi. Of course, it was mostly because the powers of Eternal Border were afraid that Yang Yi would obtain more fortuitous encounters. The old man at the peak of the two-world realm glanced at the surroundings, and then he looked into the distance. Show yourself. Obviously, he was talking about the white-robed old man. Suddenly, a wave of pressure appeared here. Bang! The old man was suddenly slammed down to his knees, and it didn't stop there. His body was slammed flat on the ground while he couldn't move a muscle. Chapter 2397 Hell World. Chapter 2397 Hell World. No matter how he fought back, the black-robed old man couldn't move a muscle beneath the pressure. At this moment, he was beyond shocked. Just like that, this continued for around 4 hours before the energy gradually dispersed, and the old man immediately left. Once he fled the mountain range, the old man looked back at the martial tomb, and deep fear gradually appeared in his eyes, or it should be described as terror. Terror. It was terror had only experienced in the Eternal River. He didn't dare to stay longer and vanished on the spot. Once he left the martial tomb, Yang Yi immediately headed for the southern desolate lands. Finally, he had word on Nanjing's whereabouts. Yang Yi shot swiftly through the sky on his sword. Everywhere he passed, the clouds were torn open, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at his destination. Desolation. It was an area of desolation where he could not see the sky through the grayness of the world. Yang Yi walked forward. He sensed no life in the area, and it was terrifyingly quiet too. There wasn't even a breeze here. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to see a cottage on a distant cliff. Yang Yi tapped his foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot off in that direction. However, a wave of invisible energy immediately slammed down upon him. Bam! The ray of light shattered and Yang Yi was slammed to the ground. Yang Yi looked up at the cottage while his eyes narrowed slightly, and he remained silent for a short while before choosing to walk instead of flying to the cottage. When Yang Yi arrived below the cliff, something unexpected occurred. The ground cracked open, and a ray of sword energy surged out from below. It was swift. So swift that Yang Yi hadn't been able to sense its speed or presence. Hiss! The sword energy pierced through Yang Yi's stomach, causing him to be pushed back repeatedly until he was far away where had been a moment ago. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi looked down at his stomach, and there was a very obvious hole there. It pierced straight through until his back. The sword energy had pierced his entire body. Yang Yi looked up at the cliff, and then he continued forward. At the peak of the cliff, an old man in a linen robe sat cross-legged on a circular piece of wood. There was a round wooden table before him, and a geo-board was on it. Besides that, there was a white-robed old man in front of him. The white-robed old man was the martial ancestor from before. Their appearances were exactly the same. The martial ancestor was using the black pieces, and he put one down before he said, "Do you think he'll be able to get up here?" The old man in linen clothes remained indifferent. "So what if he can? So what if he can't?" The martial ancestor smiled. "He has very good potential." The other old man replied indifferently. "That girl is the best." Martial ancestor added. "The obsessed sword chose him." The other old man frowned slightly, stopped what he was doing, and looked down at Yang Yi. He remained silent for a long time, and then he said, "Let's see the ability of the person he chose." As he spoke, he pushed his left palm down lightly. Since he chose that fellow, the difficulty has to be doubled at least. As soon as his palm descended, another ray of light shot out from the ground. This time, it was at least 2 times faster than the last. Yang Yi wasn't even able to see it before his body was pierced again, and blood sprayed from his chest. At the same time, he was blasted back again. On the cliff, the martial ancestor chuckled. "That little girl may be his lover. Aren't you afraid that she'll be angry?" The old man in linen clothes replied indifferently. "The weak aren't worthy of her. I'm not against them being together, but I'm against her choosing a mediocre person. It's not wrong to be mediocre, but it's wrong for a mediocre person to be with someone outstanding. I don't want her to have a burden on her path of the martial Tao." The martial ancestor smiled. "What if she becomes his burden instead?" The old man chuckled with ridicule. "Does anyone even have the right to do that?" The white-robed old man shook his head and smiled without saying another word. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped and didn't continue. Obviously, someone was stopping him, but that person didn't try to kill him. It represented that it was very likely to be a test. A test. The only way to head up there was to avoid the sword energy, or destroy them. Yang Yi fell silent for a short moment, and then he took a step forward again. But just 2 steps later, his expression changed drastically, and his sword left its sheath. However, at the exact same instant, a ray of sword energy slammed against him. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted backward again. This time, had been blasted even further away. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi glanced at his chest before looking ahead. The sword energy was too fast, and it far surpassed his reaction speed. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and once his injuries had almost fully healed, he walked forward once more. But he hadn't even taken 2 steps forward when the sword energy appeared again. Suddenly, a wave of mysterious energy appeared. The sword domain. As soon as it appeared, the sword energy slowed down. While it had slowed down, it was still very, very fast to Yang Yi. However, at this moment, Yang Yi had the ability to fight back now. His sword left its sheath. Hiss! 2 rays of sword energy collided and separated in an instant within his sword domain. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted around 30 and back again, while a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. The sword energy wasn't just fast, it was very strong too. The old men on the cliff looked down below. The sword domain. A long time passed before the old man in linen clothes spoke softly. There are a myriad of sword das and sword domains. I wonder what his sword domain will develop into in the future. Martial Ancestor nodded slightly. No matter what, it's still a rare sight. The old man in linen clothes spoke indifferently. Possessing something doesn't mean he knows how to use it, and knowing how to use something doesn't make it powerful. If he can't get up here, then I'll sever the karma between him and that little girl with my own hands. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment and continued. The weak aren't worthy of her. Martial Ancestor fell silent. Yan Yi was about to move forward again when a voice resounded from the cliff. If you can't get here in 2 hours, then leave. 2 hours! There was a time limit now. Yan Yi looked up and asked, Is she here? If Nanjing wasn't here, he would turn around and leave. He didn't care about going up there at all. A moment of silence ensued, and then the voice replied, She is. Yan Yi took a deep breath. This time, he didn't hesitate. He stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot up the cliff. The old man in linen clothes laughed with ridicule. Trying to use force? You're brave. However, I wonder if your strength is on par with your temper. He waved his right hand. A ray of sword energy shot up at Yan Yi from beneath the ground. A vicious glow flashed through Yan Yi's eyes as he drew his sword. 4 swings. In an instant, Yan Yi had swung his sword 4 times with the sword domain. His ultimate attack. As soon as the final swing descended, the ray of sword energy shattered, and then Yan Yi appeared on the cliff. Yan Yi's countenance was slightly pale, and his right hand had cracked open slightly. Luckily, it wasn't a big problem. As his strength in all aspects improved, swinging his sword 4 times with the sword domain wouldn't cripple him like it had in the past. However, it wasn't very easy as well. Just like this moment. Not to mention 4 swings, he couldn't even execute 2 swings right now. It was like he'd been completely exhausted. Yan Yi let out a breath of air and walked to the 2 old men. His gaze descended onto Martial Ancestor, and the latter grinned at him while he quickly cupped his fist. Senior, you're here too. Martial Ancestor smiled. I came to have some fun. Yan Yi nodded and gazed at the other old man. Senior, she's a friend of mine, and I'm here for her. I'd like to see her. Yan Yi was very respectful to the old man because it was very likely that a Nanjing was learning here, and he respected anyone in Nanjing respected. The old man glanced at Yan Yi and said, Sit. Yan Yi didn't refuse and sat at the side. Meanwhile, the old man in linen clothes said, She isn't here right now. But you can wait for her here. Yan Yi asked, Where is she? The old man didn't say, but Martial Ancestor suddenly said, The Hell World in the Outer Dimensions. The Hell World? Yan Yi was puzzled. What is that place? Martial Ancestor smiled. A special place. Yan Yi asked, How is it special? Martial Ancestor smiled. Geniuses are plentiful like dogs there. Kid, you may be unmatched in your realm of cultivation here, but you may not be able to survive a day over there. He gazed at the distant sky and continued. Geniuses? There are countless universes in the world, and so geniuses are innumerable as well. However, the geniuses of all other worlds dim in comparison to the geniuses in Hell World. Evie. Yan Yi asked, Can I go there? He shook his head. No. Yan Yi said, I'm not afraid of death. Martial Ancestor smiled. It's not about that. We just aren't able to pay the price to send you to the core area of that place. He practically spent everything he had in order to send that little girl over there. Yan Yi seemed to have thought of something and withdrew the myriad world diagram, and then his gaze fell on a certain spot. The Hell World. It actually had the Hell World on it. The myriad world diagram. Suddenly, the old man in linen clothes said, How did you obtain that? Yang Yi gazed at the old man. I obtained it from a senior. The old man asked. That old man with a bamboo chest? Yang Yi nodded. The old men in front of Yang Yi exchanged glances, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. The old man in linen clothes fell silent for a long time, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Suddenly, his expression changed because Yang Yi's hand had descended onto the hell world on the diagram. As soon as Yang Yi's hand touched it, Yang Yi's face changed drastically while a voice resounded in his mind. How dare you try to enter hell world without permission? In an instant, a wave of invisible force pressed down upon Yang Yi, causing his body to crack open. Blood sprayed toward the surroundings. Chapter 2398 I'm really hungry. Chapter 2398 I'm really hungry. Yang Yi's mind almost shattered before the shout, and it was like he was about to be killed. Yang Yi was horrified and hurriedly fortified his mind. Moreover, the primordial pagoda helped to protect his soul as well. However, the energy still remained. The old man in linen clothes suddenly pushed his right palm down in Yang Yi's direction, causing Yang Yi to be frozen on the spot. A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice resounded. Oh, it's Senior Wu and I. The old man replied indifferently. It's just an insensible junior. It's fine. The voice resounded, and then the energy on Yang Yi instantly vanished completely. Once it vanished, Yang Yi's body felt lighter, but his countenance was ghastly pale. The old man called Wu and I glanced at Yang Yi and said, That world isn't a place that just anyone can go to. Yang Yi cupped his fist to Wu and I and said, Thank you for helping me, senior. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly once he finished speaking. Had really bitten off more than he could chew this time. At that instant earlier, the person who attacked him had been at an immeasurable distance away. However, that person could attack him through the teleportation passageway of the myriad world diagram. Moreover, that person had even been so terrifying. If it hadn't been for Wu and I, he would have been heavily injured even if he was able to avoid death. Wu and I glanced at the myriad world diagram before Yang Yi and said, That diagram is more precious than you think. There are probably no more than 3 of them in this world. As for its true abilities, you'll discover them in the future. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. There are too many things in this world that are still beyond my reach. Wu and I replied indifferently. The world is boundless. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Senior, the world is boundless. Then has anyone been to the edge of the universe or its end? Wu and I glanced at Yang Yi and replied, I don't know. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, martial ancestor suddenly said, That old man with the bamboo chest may know a little. Wu Ni's hand shuddered slightly as he lifted a go piece, but he didn't say anything. The old man with the bamboo chest. The image of the old man with a bamboo chest appeared in Yang Yi's mind again. The old man was extremely mysterious indeed, and just a few things the old man revealed were all divine treasures, and he could only imagine what kind of treasures resided within the bamboo chest. The bamboo chest. It was a regret for Snowy. Just thinking about how unhappy Snowy had been that day made Yang Yi grin. He restrained his thoughts and gazed at Wu and I. Senior, when will she be back? Wu and I replied. She'll be back when she thinks she has overcome herself. Of course, she may never come back. Yang Yi asked. It's dangerous, right? Wu and I nodded. Yang Yi didn't say anything else because he believed in her. Because he had to wait for her, Yang Yi settled down on the cliff. Wu and I paid no attention to him either. After all, had received Wu Ni's acknowledgement. As far as an expert like Wu Ni was concerned, he would absolutely not allow his disciple to be with someone mediocre. But he was very well aware it was very beneficial to know even more experts on the path of cultivation. Friends. Everyone needed friends. Yang Yi was no weakling. Since Yang Yi wasn't mediocre, he naturally wouldn't object to their relationship. Yang Yi just cultivated every day. He cultivated like a madman. If he encountered anything he didn't understand while cultivating, he would seek guidance from the old man, Wu Ni. In the beginning, the old man really wasn't interested, but after Yang Yi constantly disturbed him for answers, Wu and I provided Yang Yi with guidance from time to time. Yang Yi undoubtedly gained tremendously during this period. At the peak of the cliff, Yang Yi stood by its side while the sword gourd hung by his waist. During this time, had been constantly training with the sword gourd. Now, he could use it to instantly kill a limit breaker realm expert who was 500 kilometers away, but it only worked on one world realm experts. It wasn't fast or strong enough for 2 world realm experts. He had to improve his speed and strength to his current limits. At the edge of the cliff, Yang Yi closed his eyes and focused in a meditative state. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. She had been in deep sleep throughout this time, and she had finally awakened now. When she noticed that Yang Yi was cultivating, Snowy wrapped her claws around Yang Yi's head and rubbed her head against his. After that, she didn't disturb him further. She leaped off his shoulder and went to the table where the 2 old men were playing Go. They usually took around a month to finish a single game. Snowy stood by the board and glanced at the white pieces before glancing at the black pieces. The old men were in a critical moment of their game, so while they knew a little fellow was by their side, they didn't pay the little fellow any attention. Snowy glanced for a while and felt that it was quite boring, and then she suddenly looked off into the distance. A moment later, she leaped down to the area behind the cliff, and a beast was lying deep within the grass over there. The beast looked like a qilin, and it had a very long horn on its head. Besides that, its limbs were very thick like iron pillars, and its tail was very, very long like a python. But the most striking feature was its claws. Every one of the claws on its limbs were exceedingly long, and so sharp they could tear through anything. Snowy blinked as she gazed at it, and then she leaped over to it. The beast was clearly sleeping. Snowy seemed to have thought of something and suddenly withdrew a small piece of fruit. It was the fruit that the old man with a bamboo chest had given to her. She had given half of the second fruit to Zir, and she had another half left. This was part of that half, but it was merely a tenth of that half. Once Snowy withdrew the piece of fruit, the beast before her immediately opened its eyes, and its gaze instantly fell on the fruit. However, just a moment later, it gazed at Snowy, and then it was stunned. Snowy blinked, and then she cracked a smile at it before offering the fruit to the beast. It glanced at the fruit, gazed at Snowy, and then opened its mouth and started communicating with Snowy. Many beasts could speak the human tongue, but Snowy was no human. So, it didn't use the human tongue to speak to Snowy. It was asking if the fruit was really for it. Snowy nodded, and then she lifted the fruit toward the beast to indicate that it was true. The beast hesitated for a moment, and then it sucked the piece of fruit into its stomach. After that, it immediately stood up. Rumble! At the instant it stood up, the area started to tremble violently. Meanwhile, Wu and I stopped what he was doing and glanced over in Snowy's direction. "What's that little fellow doing?" Martial Ancestor chuckled casually. "What else?" "Playing." He placed the piece down as he spoke. Wu and I nodded. He didn't say another word and just put a piece down as well. After it swallowed the piece of fruit, it looked down at Snowy with a gaze filled with gratefulness. Meanwhile, Snowy flew up to it, and then she pointed at the horn on its head. She was asking if she could touch it. It hesitated for a moment and nodded. Snowy cracked a smile, and then she touched it lightly. Just like that, they could be considered to have become acquainted. A short while later, Snowy blinked, and then she started waving her paws swiftly. She was inviting the beast into the primordial pagoda to play with her, and she kept telling it how great it was within the pagoda. The beast glanced at the 2 old men in the distance, and was quite hesitant. However, Snowy grabbed it by the horn and pulled it in Yang Yi's direction. When it noticed that both the old men didn't object to this, it just allowed Snowy to pull it away. It didn't take long for Snowy to pull it into the primordial pagoda. In the primordial pagoda, the beast sized up the surroundings while Snowy summoned Oxy, the primal true dragon, and the primal vicious tiger over. The beast's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when it saw these demons, and its eyes were filled with vigilance and warning. Hostility. It was especially so when the beast saw the primal true dragon. The hostility in its eyes grew. It was hostility born from natural vigilance. The primal dragon glanced at the beast and moved its gaze away. Besides Snowy and that unreasonable little girl, Arya, the primal true dragon feared no one within this world. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that Oxy had been constantly telling it to keep a low profile, it would have attacked the beast by now. When had the dragons ever feared anyone? Right, Snowy and Arya were exceptions. Snowy had clearly noticed the atmosphere here. So, she mediated by making all of them shake their paws to display that they were friends from now on. Oxy was the first to join in support. He walked over to the beast, nodded slightly to it as a form of greeting, and then he went behind Snowy. While Oxy's cultivation was low, the beast noticed the axe on Oxy's back, so it had quite a solemn expression on its face. It hesitated for a moment and nodded to Oxy. The primal vicious tiger gave Snowy face as well. It nodded to the beast, and the beast nodded slightly in response. Only the primal true dragon remained. Snowy gazed at the dragon, and it felt quite helpless. It had to give Snowy face or it would become the common enemy of everyone here. The primal true dragon glanced at the beast and nodded as a form of greeting. Since the primal true dragon had displayed amiability, the beast naturally discarded its hostility and nodded slightly. After all, the primal true dragon wasn't any lower in status to it. Snowy! Suddenly, Arya's voice resounded. The primal true dragon shuddered and vanished on the spot. Now that Arya had obtained that tombstone, she had become beyond terrifying. Snowy turned around, and she saw Arya walking in her direction while licking at Tonghalu. As soon as it saw Arya, the beast's expression instantly changed, and its hairs stood on end as if it was facing a powerful enemy. Arya walked over to Snowy and lifted the Tonghalu to her. The latter stretched out her tongue and licked it. However, Snowy felt that wasn't enough, so she took it from Arya and started licking it herself. Arya didn't mind. She just gazed at the beast, sized it up, and said, "Is this a new recruit of yours?" Not bad. It should be quite good at fighting." "Oh, right. Snowy, can you tell Big Brother Jan that I'm very hungry? I'm really very hungry. Now, I even feel like eating Oxy." Cold sweat immediately surged out of Oxy. Chapter 2399 Flying Swords. Chapter 2399 Flying Swords. She even wanted to eat Oxy. Snowy blinked, and she felt that this problem was very serious. She glanced at Oxy, and the latter thought for a moment and moved closer to Snowy. Oxy felt slightly safer like this. Snowy patted Arya on the shoulder to console her, and then she left the primordial pagoda. She intended to report the matter to Yang Yi because she felt that it was very serious. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi stood at the peak of the cliff. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and then a ray of sword energy appeared 500 kilometers away. A mountain was instantly sliced into half there. However, nothing happened to the mountain, and it didn't collapse. Because the sword had been too swift, it had been swift to the extreme. Had improved. Yang Yi grinned. His flying swords were a little faster than before. While it was just a little, it was a very rare improvement. Now, even increasing its speed and strength by a little was absolutely difficult. Yang Yi was about to continue training when Snowy appeared in front of him and started waving her claws quickly. Yang Yi frowned a short while later. He hesitated for a moment and summoned Arya. The latter cracked a smile. "Big Brother Yang, is there food for me now?" Yang Yi was stunned. Once she appeared here, both the old men stopped playing and gazed at her. Yang Yi pulled Arya over to them and cupped his fists before he asked, "Seniors, she wants to eat demon beasts. What should I do?" Actually, he really didn't know what to do about her request. She was no human, so it was in her nature to eat demon beasts. Forcefully asking her to change that would be suppression of her nature, and that wouldn't work for long. Wu and I nodded slightly to Arya and said, "What should you do?" "Get her demon beasts, of course." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Arya's eyes lit up instead because she felt they were quite sensible. Meanwhile, Wu and I added, In the beginning, I felt that she shouldn't be with you, because it will suppress her nature. However, I think it may be a good thing. If she is allowed to just release her nature completely, then she would be a calamity for the demon race. Moreover, if she did that at her current level of strength, it would be a calamity for her too. Wu and I seemed to have thought of something, and then he hurriedly gazed at Snowy. Little fellow, where's my Martial Qilin? Martial Qilin. Snowy blinked to display that she didn't know. Wu and I glared at Snowy. Don't feign ignorance. I'm talking about that demon beast who was playing with you. Snowy looked around, and no one knew what she was planning. Suddenly, Wu and I moved his hand lightly, and the Martial Qilin within the primordial pagoda looked up before leaving the primordial pagoda and appearing outside. Wu and I seemed to visibly relax upon seeing the Martial Qilin. Had almost forgotten that area was with Yan Yi. Suddenly, Snowy pointed at the Martial Qilin and pointed at herself to say that it belonged to her. Wu and I glanced at Snowy. Little fellow, on what basis do you say that it's yours? Are you trying to be shameless? Snowy pointed at it to say that it could make its own choice. After that, she withdrew another piece of fruit and displayed that the fruit would belong to the Martial Qilin if it chose her. The Martial Qilin became quite conflicted. As for Wu and I, he had quite a strange expression on his face. Meanwhile, Snowy blew lightly at the Martial Qilin. In an instant, a strand of pure spirit energy surged into it, and then it shuddered and seemed to feel extreme comfort. Sprite Ascension. Martial Ancestor and Wu and I exchanged glances, fell silent for a moment, and then Martial Ancestor said, Staying with her is better than staying with us. Moreover, the Martial Qilin chose that little girl, and staying with this little fellow is no different than staying with that little girl, right? Wu and I fell silent for a long time, and then he gazed at the Martial Qilin. The person you chose will be with them in the future, so you'll see her if you stay with them. The Martial Qilin was delighted. It lowered itself before Wu and I, and a short while passed before it stood up again and went over to Snowy's side. Snowy grinned and passed the fruit to the Martial Qilin. It didn't hesitate to consume the fruit. Meanwhile, Wu and I suddenly asked, That fruit was a gift from the old man with the bamboo chest too, right? Yan Yi nodded. Senior, what is that fruit? Wu and I replied indifferently. The chaotic origin fruit. It has practically gone extinct. Besides that old man, no one has any. It's extremely helpful to demon beasts and sprites. It can improve their bloodlines. While it only improves their bloodlines and doesn't change it, it's still extremely amazing. Once it is improved, and if they work hard, it's very likely that they'll be able to change their own bloodlines. In other words, they'll be able to surpass their current bloodlines. In short, it can help them surpass their own bloodlines, so it's ranked second among all precious fruits. Suddenly, Snowy raised one of her claws to ask what the first was. Wu and I glanced at Snowy. You'll find out in the future. Snowy was at a loss for words. Just like that, Snowy's tricks had gotten Yan Yi another demon, the Martial Qilin. It was an infant as well, and it was at the two-world realm. It was a mount that Wu and I had specially found for a Nanjing. However, Yan Yi treated it as his own. After all, it was in Nanjing's mount. Meanwhile, Wu and I glanced at Yan Yi and said, Your flying sword from before is barely sufficient for you right now. However, it can be faster and stronger. Yan Yi was delighted and hurriedly said, Senior, please provide me with guidance. Wu and I replied indifferently, The sword domain. The sword domain. Yan Yi frowned. A short while later, a smile curled up on his lips. Thank you. He shot over to the clouds once he finished speaking. In the clouds, Yan Yi closed his eyes. In an instant, his figure turned ethereal. The sword domain. A moment later, the sword gourd shook violently by his waist, and then a ray of sword energy soundlessly appeared 500 kilometers away. It was swift. Yan Yi's eyes were filled with excitement. It was almost 30% faster than anything had achieved before this. The sword domain. If he used the sword domain with it, the flying swords from the sword gourd would undergo a qualitative transformation in speed and strength. Of course, it exhausted much more energy as well, but it was worth it. Presently, he could kill a two-world realm expert 500 kilometers away with just a thought. Yang Yi trained for a few more days, and then he left the cliff and went to Divine Marshal City. Cloud Residence. He naturally hadn't forgotten about his deal with the woman. Shed provided him information to locate in Nanjing, and in return, he should do his part and heal her. Cloud Residence. Right sword and left sword greeted Yang Yi. Right sword bowed slightly to Yang Yi. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. Shall be here in a moment. Yang Yi nodded and sat at the side. Left sword frowned when she saw where Yang Yi was sitting, and she was about to say something but right sword stopped her. Shed realized that the person before her wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. So, it was best not to offend him. Snowy glanced at them from Yang Yi's shoulder, and then she withdrew a tanghalu and started licking it. Yang Yi didn't wait for a long time. Just a short while later, a middle-aged man walked out of the bamboo house. Right sword and left sword bowed slightly to him, and the middle-aged man nodded without saying anything. Right when he was about to leave, he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. He was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Yi, and then he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you Yang Yi?" Yang Yi gazed at him. "And who are you?" The middle-aged man grinned when he saw Yang Yi admit it, and he cupped his fist. "I'm the master of the Divine Martial Sect. I didn't expect to see you here. If you're free, please visit my sect and enjoy our hospitality." The Divine Martial Sect's master. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded. "Of course." The middle-aged man grinned. "I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." He glanced at Snowy, and then he vanished into the distant sky. The Divine Martial Sect. Yang Yi glanced at the bamboo house, and he wondered who the woman called Ailing actually was. He was quite curious. Meanwhile, Ailing walked out of the house and sat before Yang Yi. She smiled apologetically. "Sorry for making you wait." Yang Yi shook his head. "It's fine." She asked, "You've been to the martial tomb?" Yang Yi nodded. "Yes, and I've obtained information on her." Ailing nodded slightly. "That's good to hear." Yang Yi smiled. "Miss Ailing, according to our agreement, I should heal you. So please give me your hand." Ailing smiled and stretched out her hand. Yang Yi placed his right hand above her palm but didn't touch her skin. His profound energy circulated, and then primordial violet energy streamed out incessantly from his palm and converged into her body. As they flowed into her, Ailing's face gradually turned quite red. Right sword and left sword instantly became extremely excited. However, Yang Yi frowned because her body was like a bottomless hole. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared in the distant sky. A three-world realm expert. A powerful aura enveloped Cloud Residence. At the same time, a voice came from afar. "Yang Yi, you killed many of us guardians. It's time to put an end to that enmity." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and he knew they weren't able to stop themselves from acting against him in the end. Yang Yi was about to stop when she suddenly grabbed his hand. "Continue." She tapped her right foot down and spoke softly. "Ada." Bang! The ground suddenly cracked open, and then a robust man shot up into the air. A three-world realm expert. Ailing closed her eyes and said, "Until I'm fully cured, even a god can't kill you." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 2400 in Nanjing. Chapter 2400 in Nanjing. Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite shocked. A three-world realm expert. Three-world realm experts weren't common. He remembered Namli Meng saying that practically all three-world realm experts were at the Eternal River. So, the three-world realm expert who'd come for him was clearly from Eternal River. However, Cloud Residence had a three-world realm expert too, and that was quite unusual. What was Ailing's identity? The robust man had chains coiled around his arms, and he waved his hands around as he stood there high above in the clouds, causing the chains to sweep through the clouds. An old man in a luxurious robe stood deep within the clouds, and he held a black umbrella. Every wave of it made countless rays of black light rain down from above. Rumble! The entire sky shook violently, and seemed like it was about to collapse. Ailing spoke softly. Lock down the area! Right sword and left sword nodded slightly, and then they left. It didn't take long for them to appear in the sky with 4 flags in their grasps. They tossed the flags forward, and the flags appeared in 4 corners of the area. Bang! In an instant, the surroundings calmed down. However, the battle was still going on outside. But no matter how the two of them fought there, no fluctuations entered the area. Snowy's eyes lit up when she saw the flags, and she seemed itching to get them. Meanwhile, Ailing smiled. Little fellow, those 4 flags are treasures passed down in my family, so don't try to take them. While she was saying that to Snowy, she was actually talking to Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy and shook his head. Snowy puckered her lips and pointed at the flags to indicate that they were very good. Yang Yi spoke seriously. They belonged to her. Snowy blinked and waved her paws. So was saying that they could become hers instead. Yang Yi had quite the headache. What kind of shameless logic is that? Who taught you that? Snowy pointed at Yang Yi to indicate that he did. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. In the end, Snowy didn't try to tempt those flags to follow her because Yang Yi was against it. If she really did that, Yang Yi was certain that the 4 flags wouldn't be able to escape her paws. But even a bandit had to have principles. Ailing glanced at Snowy and Yang Yi, and then she smiled. Young Master Yang, this sprite progenitor of yours is different from what I imagined. It wasn't just difficult, it was absolutely different from what Shed expected. Snowy was just a cute pet. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently. I wish she was just an ordinary sprite lord. Being a sprite progenitor is too tiring. Ailing smiled and didn't say anything. Snowy hugged Yang Yi's head and rubbed her head against it, and she didn't pay further attention to the flags. A long time passed before Yang Yi looked up at the sky and said, Miss Ailing, these injuries of yours. Shed almost exhausted all his primordial violet energy. She pulled her hand away. Sorry, I was too greedy. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Is all that primordial violet energy insufficient to treat your injuries? She shook her head. I'm afraid it's far from enough. Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, Ailing smiled. How about we do this? I want to take your primordial violet energy for free. I can help you deal with the powers from Eternal Border while you're treating me. If I'm not wrong, you need time right now. The more time you have, the stronger you can be, and you'll have a greater chance at success. Right. Yang Yi looked toward the sky and spoke softly. Miss Ailing, your identity and strength have really surprised me. She grinned. What do you think about my suggestion? Yang Yi nodded. Deal. Just as Shed said, he lacked time the most. Ailing grinned, and then she looked up at the sky. It's over. As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of light flashed in the sky, and then the robust man appeared before her. He went down on one knee and said, Forgive me, I failed to kill him. Ailing shook her head. He had the aura of the Eternal River. Anyone able to survive there isn't ordinary, so it's normal that you were unable to kill him. Ada lowered his head slightly. Forgive me. She smiled. Go on with your own work. He nodded and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi suddenly said, Miss Ailing, you're not from Eternal Border? She smiled. Not really. As for where I'm from, I can't tell you. Yang Yi smiled and didn't pursue an answer. After that, he started to heal her every day. Besides that, he returned to the southern desolate lands to seek guidance from Wu Ni and martial ancestor. Yang Yi finally understood the difference between having a master and not having one now. Having a master represented having guidance, and guidance represented the ability to avoid many mistaken paths. While martial ancestor and Wu Ni were no sword cultivators, their attainments in the martial Dao was absolutely not something Yang Yi could compare to. There was some overlap between the martial Dao and sword Dao, especially some techniques. Actually, his greatest gain was his flying swords. Now, even 2 world realm experts couldn't resist them anymore. Not long after Yan Yi left Cloud Residence, an old man in a luxurious robe appeared before the bamboo house. The old man glanced at the surroundings, and then gazed at the bamboo house. "Can we talk?" A voice came from within the bamboo house. 2 weeks, don't touch him for 2 weeks. After that, you can resolve your enmity on your own. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 weeks is enough for him to do a lot, like grow a little stronger. Did you not hear me? The voice within the house grew slightly icy cold. The old man grinned. I'm here on behalf of many people, and there are 7 3-world experts among them. As for the 2-world realm experts, I don't have to say much about that. Besides that, some are already on the way to divine martial world, including Xiao Shenwu. According to my knowledge, he desires the sprite progenitor. Are you really going to stop us? The door to the bamboo house suddenly opened, and then a jade token appeared before the old man. The old man was stunned when he saw it. Meanwhile, a voice came from within. Tell them I said to wait for 2 weeks. Come see me if they don't want to wait. The old man took a deep and long glance at the jade token. In the end, he bowed respectfully and said, If you say 2 weeks, then 2 weeks it is. We won't act against him in these 2 weeks. I apologize for my offense. Farewell. He turned around and vanished into the end. Silence fell upon Cloud Residence. The southern desolate lands. Within the primordial pagoda, Yan Yi sat cross-legged on the ground. Cultivate. Presently, he didn't want to waste even a moment of his time. 3 world realm experts had come from Eternal Border, and that meant the experts in Eternal River had started to rush over. He was very well aware that there was definitely more than 1 3-world realm expert, and there may even be 4 world and 5 world realm experts. He had to grow stronger. His strongest attacks right now were the sword domain and the flying swords from the sword gourd. Simply speaking, if he couldn't kill with these 2 moves, then he would be killed instead. Of course, he had many divine treasures like the true energy mirror and seal of suppression. If he used all of them, even a 3-world realm expert would be of no threat to him. Of course, it was a different story if he had to face many of them. As for 4-world realm experts, he hadn't fought one, so he didn't know how strong they were. Suddenly, Yan Yi opened his eyes, and then he left the pagoda and appeared on the cliff. Yan Yi bowed to the 2 old men, and Wu and I said, She's back. And Nanjing is back. Yan Yi was delighted and hurriedly asked, Where is she? Wu and I replied indifferently, At the outer area of the Hell World. She seems to be in trouble, so get her. Any objections? Yan Yi shook his head. None at all. Wu and I nodded. Be careful. Be careful. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Wu and I had told him to be careful. Obviously, the trouble she faced was no ordinary trouble. Suddenly, Wu and I waved his right hand and Yan Yi vanished on the spot. Martial Ancestor suddenly said, You're pushing him into the fire. Wu and I replied indifferently, Just cultivating like this is useless. If he doesn't experience some life and death, it doesn't matter how seriously or painstakingly he cultivates, it won't change much. Battles of life and death are the best to temper someone. Martial Ancestor smiled. That's true. However, that kid doesn't have a very good temper. Aren't you afraid that he'll act rashly? What? Wu and I replied indifferently. His temper will get much better once he meets those madmen. Martial Ancestor shook his head and smiled without saying another word. At an expanse of the starry sky, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and was quite bewildered. Wu and I had tossed him here just now. A short while later, Yang Yi looked up, and there was a huge black vortex in the distance, and it covered the entire area. Suddenly, Yang Yi saw a person there, and he was overjoyed. It was a Nanjing. However, ferocity instantly covered Yan Yi's face just a moment later. And Nanjing's left arm was gone, and her entire body was covered in injuries. Especially her stomach, blood was surging from there. There were 5 shadows behind her, and they were madly chasing after her. Ferocity curled up on Yan Yi's lips. In an instant, a ray of red light swept out from him, and then he turned blood red. Chapter 24:01 The world may be vast, but I roam free with my sword. Chapter 24:01 The world may be vast, but I roam free with my sword. A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of light appeared behind in Nanjing. A flying sword from the sword gourd. One of the black-robed figures suddenly stopped and grabbed ahead of himself. The flying sword was caught. However, it still pierced his forehead. It was fast. Too fast. It was so fast that he could only grab it, but he couldn't stop it from stabbing into his forehead. Had been a little slow, and that little bit had cost him his life. And Nanjing stopped, and Yang Yi appeared by her side. As he gazed at her, his heart hurt. Her left arm was gone, and it had been forcefully pulled off by force. Besides that, her entire body was covered in injuries. Especially the injury on her stomach, it was too deep. It was a reunion after a long time. And Nanjing gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi grabbed her right hand with his left hand, and then his primordial violet energy surged into her. At the same time, the eternal energy hidden deep within him started to circulate and flow through his arm into Nanjing. Once the primordial violet energy and eternal energy surged into her, her injuries immediately recovered rapidly at a visible rate, and it was quite terrifying indeed. Meanwhile, four black-clothed figures appeared not too far behind them. Yang Yi spoke softly. "How did this happen to you?" She replied. "I'm still alive." "Still alive?" Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at the black-clothed figures. A moment later, he appeared before one of them, and his sword left its sheath. The sword domain. 3 swings. As soon as it descended, the black-clothed man was blasted over 10 kilometers away while blood sprayed incessantly from his mouth, and once he stopped himself, a flying sword pierced through his forehead. Hiss! His body exploded apart. An instant kill. Suddenly, a black-clothed man spoke solemnly. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in my Azura Hall's business?" Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just appeared before that black-clothed man, and then he swung his sword. 3 swings with the sword domain. The black-clothed man had been ready and was about to attack, but a black seal suddenly appeared above him. The seal of suppression. As soon as it appeared, a wave of powerful black light enveloped the black-clothed man, and then his cultivation instantly descended. The black-clothed man was horrified, and then the sword descended. Hiss! In just an instant, Yan Yi's sword had descended and sliced him into 2. Blood and internal organs sprayed all over. In just a short while, Yan Yi had killed 3 black-clothed men. The last 2 exchanged glances, and then they immediately flew in the direction they'd come from. The strength Yan Yi revealed was too terrifying. Yan Yi was about to pursue them when Nanjing shook her head. "It wasn't they who injured me." Yan Yi shook his head. "But I want to kill." She glanced at him and stopped holding him back. Yan Yi looked toward the distance. The black-clothed men had vanished from his vision. Yan Yi didn't chase after them and just closed his eyes. A sword howl resounded, and then a sword appeared in the distant sky. The seal of suppression appeared along with the sword. A seal and a sword. Hiss! The black-clothed man hadn't even been able to react before he was killed by Yang Yi's flying sword. At the same time, a flying sword appeared behind the other black-clothed man. It hadn't been able to kill him, but it did heavily injure him. An instant later, another sword and the seal of suppression appeared above him. Suddenly, a wave of powerful energy rippled out of the black vortex. Bang! Yang Yi's seal of suppression and the sword were instantly blasted away, and then a black face appeared before them. It glanced coldly at them, and then a huge black hand stretched out from the area. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to attack when Wu and I, who was playing Go on the cliff at the southern desolate lands, suddenly looked up, and then he tapped his finger in their direction. A Go piece shot through space and vanished into the sky. In the sky above Yang Yi and in Nanjing, the same Go piece slammed against the hand. Bang! The hand exploded apart. The eyes on the black face narrowed as it looked up into the sky. Meanwhile, a voice came from above. You can fuck off now. It was Wu Ni's voice. The black face looked in that direction for a long time, and then it laughed coldly. A dead overlord is still so haughty, huh? Suddenly, another go piece appeared in the air, and it slammed directly against the face. In an instant, a shrill cry resounded from there, and it was absolutely horrifying. You! A shocked voice came from within the vortex. Fuck off! Suddenly, a voice came from the same area, and then the area shook violently and almost exploded apart. Suddenly, an ethereal middle-aged man appeared in the sky. He bowed slightly toward the distance. Greetings, Senior Wu, and I am the guardian of Hell World. My ancestor hopes you're doing well. On the cliff at the southern desolate lands, Wu and I spoke indifferently. He's not dead? The middle-aged man laughed embarrassedly. Not yet. Wu and I put the go piece down and said, Tell me what happened. The middle-aged man glanced at Nanjing and said, The junior hall master of Azura Hall teased her during a competition, and she punched him to the point he was crippled. So Azura Hall. How laughable. Suddenly, Wu and I vanished from the cliff, and he was not too far away from the middle-aged man when he appeared again. The middle-aged man immediately became extremely vigilant when he saw Wu and I. The old man before him had been an extraordinarily terrifying existence all those years ago. Even if Wu and I was dead now, Wu and I still wasn't someone he could offend. Wu and I spoke coldly. That piece of trash Azura Hall couldn't accept its defeat? The middle-aged man smiled with embarrassment, but didn't dare to say anything. He didn't want to offend the Azura Hall either. Suddenly, Wu and I gazed at Yan Yi. Kid, she was bullied, so what do you think should be done? Yan Yi replied indifferently. Kill their ancestors and everyone else. Wu and I had a grin on the corner of his eyes. You're brave. All right, then let's do that. Come. Suddenly, the middle-aged man said. Senior Wu and I. Why you can't go inside? Wu and I suddenly stretched out his right hand, and it instantly wrapped around the middle-aged man's throat. In an instant, the middle-aged man turned even more ethereal. Wu and I looked him in the eyes. So you don't want to give me any face because you think I'm dead? The middle-aged man hurriedly said. Of course now. But senior, the rules. Rules? A wisp of disdain curled up onto the corners of Wu Ni's mouth. That old geezer who set that rule had to address me as senior, yet you're talking about fucking rules to me? It'll spare you out of consideration for your ancestor, but it'll kill even your ancestor if you don't stop making noise. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the middle-aged man away like trash. Wu and I waved his right hand, and then both Yan Yi and Nanjing entered the black vortex with him. The middle-aged man glanced at his hands with bitterness in his eyes. He was a peak 3 world realm expert, but he wasn't even able to fight back before the old man. Not even in the slightest. The old man could have killed him in an instant. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. Now you've seen how terrifying he is? The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. Ancestor, I was almost killed, the voice said. All those years ago, even Destiny once feared him. If it was all those years ago, Azura Hall would have been damned from just a word from him. The middle-aged man asked. What about now? The voice replied. Why don't you go take a look for yourself? The middle-aged man laughed bitterly and asked. Ancestor, if he was so terrifying, then how did he die? Was it his lifespan? Not at all. The voice continued. He died because he was too strong. It's like a marquis in a kingdom. When a marquis' strength is too strong, do you think the emperor will let him live? It's how the world is. If you're too weak, you deserve death, but if you're too strong, you deserve death too. He once said something that became very famous. If you're going to be strong, then be invincible. The middle-aged man seemed to be lost in thought. If you're going to be strong, then be invincible. A long time passed, and he was about to leave when he suddenly looked up. A middle-aged sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe was walking slowly through the air. The middle-aged man frowned. Outsiders are prohibited from entering this place. The sword cultivator glanced at him and said, I want to go in. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly as he clenched his right hand. I'll repeat myself one last time. Entry isn't allowed. Understand? Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and then his eyes opened wide because a sword was pressed against his forehead. He was stunned on the spot. The sword cultivator glanced at him. Too weak. He lowered his sword once he finished speaking. The sword cultivator walked away. The world may be vast, but I roam free with my sword. Who can I kill with my sword? Favorite. Chapter 24:02 Bite Me. Chapter 24:02 Bite Me. The middle-aged man froze on the spot. A single attack. He hadn't even been able to stop a single attack. Such a sword cultivator existed in this world. The middle-aged man broke out in cold sweat. When Yang Yi opened his eyes, he was in a boundless mountain range, and there was a huge palace deep within it. Imposing. That was the impression Yang Yi had about it. It was the first time he had seen such an imposing palace. At the top of the palace was two pitch-black characters. Azura. The entire palace emanated a ghastly aura. Wu and I glanced at the palace and gazed at Yang Yi. You do it! Yang Yi glanced at him. Yang Yi didn't mind because he had never feared anyone. Yang Yi's figure appeared before the palace, and then he walked slowly in its direction. Wu and I suddenly asked in Nanjing, You chose him? She nodded. Yes. He nodded. He acts like a man. And Nanjing nodded slightly. While her face remained without any expression, she was quite happy because the old man acknowledged Yang Yi. Acknowledgement. After she met the old man, she knew how picky the old man was, and few in the world were able to make him take a liking to them. Meanwhile, Wu and I continued. While his natural talent isn't great, his character and mentality are extremely good. Especially the ruthlessness deep down in his bones, had someone destined for great things. Moreover, he's quite loyal, so you can depend on each other on your future paths. And Nanjing nodded slightly and remained silent. Yang Yi was right in front of the palace now. Yang Yi thought for a moment as he gazed at the imposing palace, and then he swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed and struck the palace. It hadn't even gotten close to the palace when a wave of mysterious energy shattered it into bits. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in black armor appeared in front of Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and frowned slightly. The true Dao realm? Yang Yi replied indifferently. Tell your junior hall master to get out here. I'm going to kill him. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. Who are you? This true Dao realm cultivator actually dared to openly attack the Azura Hall, so he refused to believe the man before him was someone ordinary. Who was he? Yang Yi shook his head and didn't waste his breath. He just appeared above the middle-aged man, and then his sword descended. Hiss! Space was instantly sliced into bits. Killing intent flashed through the man's eyes, and then he twisted his right hand upward and clawed at Yang Yi's sword. It was like he was clawing the entire world. However, in this instant, a pitch-black seal appeared above him, and then a ray of black light enveloped him. The man was immediately suppressed to a lower realm of cultivation. He was astounded, and he immediately clenched his other fist and slammed it upward. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions resounded, and he was blasted backward until he arrived before the palace's doors. He looked down at his hands, and he noticed that they had been sliced into bits. Had lost both his hands. Yang Yi ignored the middle-aged man and glanced at the palace. Is the junior hall master of Azura Hall such a coward? Who do you think you are? Suddenly, a disdainful voice resounded from nearby, and then a young man in a violet robe appeared before Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi. Where did you come from, bastard? How dare you cause trouble at my Azura Hall? Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. The young man's expression changed because a powerful aura enveloped him, and then a ray of sword energy descended. 3 swings with the sword domain. It was absolutely terrifying. Especially when the seal of suppression was included. The young man was horrified. At the critical moment, a pitch-black shield emerged from within him, and it enveloped the young man. When Yan Ye's sword struck it, it shook violently, and then countless rays of black light surged from it. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted backward. He only stopped after being pushed almost 300 m back. Yan Yi glanced at his trembling hands, and then he gazed at the black shield. A divine treasure! It was an actual divine treasure! Yan Yi grinned as he thought of something. Meanwhile, the young man ridiculed. The true Tao realm. Your sword may be good, but what can you do to me? Come, don't blame me for bullying you. They'll let you attack 10 times. RWO. Calm 10 times. Yan Yi glanced at the young man and patted his chest, and then a white little head emerged from there. It was Snowy. Snowy glanced at the surroundings, and then her gaze descended onto the shield. Her eyes immediately lit up, and then she waved at it. However, the pitch-black shield didn't react at all. Snowy frowned at the sight of this and glanced at Yan Yi. A moment later, she inhaled in its direction, causing the black light it emanated to dim down slightly. After that, the shield started to tremble violently. Sprite destruction. Snowy was destroying its spirit. Actually, Snowy would usually not use that, because it would erase the intelligence of a treasure. However, the situation was different now. The person who owned the shield was fighting Yan Yi, and that was something she refused to tolerate. She didn't care if it was a divine treasure. If it dared to go against Yan Yi, she would destroy them all. At this moment, the shield was quite afraid. Yan Ye's sword was very powerful, but it could stop Yan Ye's attacks. However, it couldn't endure Snowy, because Snowy could destroy its intelligence. Suddenly, Snowy waved at it again. Obviously, she was asking if it was coming to her. Otherwise, she was going to inhale again. The shield hesitated for quite some time, and then it suddenly struggled free of the young man, destroyed the link between them, and shot over to Snowy. Snowy grinned, and then she grabbed it and went into the primordial pagoda. The young man was stunned. Utterly stunned. He couldn't sense the divine treasure anymore. He couldn't sense it at all. A short while later, the young man recovered from his shock and gazed at Yan Yi before howling with rage. Little bastard! Hand it over now! Otherwise, Illinois! Suddenly, Yan Yi appeared before him, and then a sword slammed down. The young man was horrified. He quickly formed a strange seal with both hands and slammed them upward. A wave of powerful energy rippled out of the seal, but it was obliterated as soon as it came into contact with Yan Ye's sword. The sword descended. Bang! The young man was blasted away, but at the instant his figure was blasted away, a hand clamped down on his throat. Yan Yi held the young man by the throat and slammed him into the ground. Boom! The ground exploded apart. But Yan Yi wasn't satisfied. He kicked the young man's nether regions without holding back at all. Crack! It was the sound of his balls shattering. A shrill cry resounded, and then the young man's eyes opened wide as he curled up on the ground. Yan Yi raised the young man up and said, How dare you tease my wife and send people to kill her? How many lives do you think you have? Yan Yi slammed his fist against the young man's stomach. Bang! The young man was slammed to the ground and blasted open a huge hole there. But that wasn't the end of it. Yan Yi raised him up again, and then went over to Wu and in Nanjing. But Yan Yi was stunned when he arrived there. The corpses of 3 old men were in front of them. The young man in Yan Ye's grasp turned pale from fright when he saw the corpses. Nanjing glanced at Yan Yi and said, They wanted to attack you, so master killed them. Yan Yi was quite embarrassed at this point. Had been wondering why Azura Hall hadn't sent anyone at him when had beaten up the young man like that. Now, he understood why. It wasn't that they hadn't, the problem was that those people were dead. Yan Yi shook his head, smiled, and tossed the young man over to Nanjing. Kill him yourself? She glanced at Yan Yi. You do it! Yan Yi smiled and was about to kill him when a wave of powerful pressure seeped out from Azura Hall, and it pressed down upon Yan Yi. It seemed capable of obliterating the world. A supreme expert. A voice came from within the Azura Hall, Why don't you try killing him? Wu and I didn't help suppress the pressure. He just glanced at Yang Yi, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly Yang Yi's sword descended. Hiss! The young man's head flew up into the air, and then Yang Yi tapped with his finger and made it descend before the entrance to Azura Hall. Yang Yi gazed at the palace and said, I killed him! Bite me! As he spoke, he moved closer to Wu and I. Chapter 2403 Fight. Chapter 2403 Fight. Silence. The entire Azura Hall instantly fell silent. It had never suffered such a humiliation. Actually, as far as Azura Hall was concerned, the fate of its junior hall master wasn't that important. After all, he was a weakling, and he would have no status in Azura Hall if it wasn't for the hall master. However, no matter how they disdained him, they would never allow someone to kill him. Especially right in front of Azura Hall. Face. Yang Yi had killed their junior hall master right outside their door, and that was an absolute insult to Azura Hall. An old man suddenly appeared outside Azura Hall. He glanced at Yang Yi, but his gaze quickly moved to Wu and I. He glanced at Wu and I, and then he appeared in front of Wu and I. Unfathomable. That was what Yang Yi sensed from the old man. The old man glanced at Wu and I. What's your name? My name? A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Wu and I's mouth. You're not qualified to know my name! Wu and I pressed his palm down. The space around the old man instantly froze. It truly froze. At the same time, a wave of powerful energy raged through the area like a storm. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he stretched his right hand forward and waved it lightly. It caused the energy to immediately calm down, and then he pushed his palm forward. Bang! A wave of terrifying energy rippled out of the old man's palm like the tide, and it locked onto Wu and I. Moreover, there were no fluctuations in space as it passed through. It was like the energy was passing through space and instantly arriving before Wu and I. Yang Yi's eyes lit up from the sight of this. If he could grasp that technique, his flying swords would grow even more terrifying. A wisp of disdain arose on Wu and I's lips. World shuttling. How laughable! It's a technique I created, but you're actually using it against me. How fucking laughable! Wu and I raised his hand and slammed his fist forward. Boom! The old man's energy was instantly dispersed. At the same time, he seemed like he'd been struck by a sledgehammer and was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, that hand he used to attack Wu and I shattered into bits. A single punch. Yang Yi glanced at Wu and I, and he felt that the old man's strength was really terrifying. The old man glanced at his own arm, and then he looked up at Wu and I. Who are you? This time, seriousness and fear filled the old man's eyes. Wu and I glanced coldly at him. I'm bullying you by acting against you, but that's because your Azura Hall did it first. He pointed at Nanjing and said, I don't want to waste time. Go on, tell me who sent people to kill this disciple of mine? The old man glanced at Nanjing. At this moment, he knew why such a terrifying expert had come to Azura Hall. The old man glanced at the junior hall master's corpse, shook his head, and gazed at Wu and I. It was my Azura Hall's mistake, and we're willing to apologize to her. Suddenly, Wu and I interrupted the old man. I asked you who sent people to kill her. Didn't you hear me? The old man laughed bitterly. The culprit has already been killed by you. Wu and I glanced at the area before him. There were 3 corpses there from experts had killed earlier. Wu and I gazed at Nanjing. If you're unhappy, I'll destroy the Azura Hall for you. The old man's countenance turned quite pale when he heard this. His collision with Wu and I told him that the old man before him possessed the strength to destroy Azura Hall. And Nanjing gazed at the old man. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, My Azura Hall was at wrong, and we're willing to give you a divine treasure as compensation. Please accept it. He tapped his finger forward while an unsightly expression covered his face, and then a pitch black armor appeared before Nanjing. The old man said, "This is the Azura armor, the ultimate treasure of my Azura Hall. It can resist the full strength of 3 World Realm experts, and ordinary 2 World Realm experts can do nothing to it. You're an extraordinary genius, and you'll be invincible in your realm of cultivation once you possess this armor." And Nanjing glanced at it and took it. The old man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her accept it. If she refused, Azura Hall would have to fight to the death. While they had a very slim chance at victory, they would still try. And Nanjing gazed at Wu Enai, and the latter nodded slightly. "Let's go!" Suddenly, Snowy emerged from Yang Ye's chest. As soon as the little fellow made an appearance, everyone here gazed at her, and the old man was absolutely stunned. A sprite progenitor. How could he be unable to discern that the white little fellow before him was a sprite progenitor? A sprite progenitor. The old man's hands were trembling. If he wasn't afraid of Wu Enai, he would have tried to take Snowy by now. Suddenly, Snowy looked down at Azura Hall, and then her eyes lit up before she waved her paw. Bang! A huge white dragon shot up into the air. The spirit vein! Moreover, it was an immortal vein. A real immortal vein. The immortal vein glanced at everyone here, and then its gaze descended upon Snowy. Snowy leaped up onto its head, and then grabbed its horn and urged it over to Yang Yi. The white dragon hesitated for a moment but didn't resist in the end. Right when it was about to be dragged into the primordial pagoda, the old man finally recovered from his shock and quickly obstructed Snowy and the dragon's path. He glanced at Snowy, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "What are you doing?" Snowy blinked and patted the dragon's head. She was saying that she was taking the dragon. The old man hesitated and said, "This is Azura Hall." "Azura Hall?" Snowy blinked, shook her head, and then patted the dragon's head to say that the dragon belonged to her. The old man laughed bitterly. "It really belongs to my Azura Hall." Snowy shook the dragon's horn lightly, and then jumped off to the side. She pointed at the old man, and then pointed at herself. Obviously, she was asking who it wanted to stay with. The white dragon glanced at the old man, glanced at Snowy, and then moved towards Snowy. Snowy grinned and then immediately dragged it into the primordial pagoda. The old man was stunned for a long time. In the end, he gazed at Wu Enai, but the latter didn't even spare him a glance. The old man was furious. After all, that was utterly shameless. Moreover, they were being so shameless in such an open manner. The Azura armor and Azura shield were gone. Now, even their immortal vein was gone. Wasn't that no different than destroying Azura Hall? Wu Enai glanced at Yang Yi and Nanjing. "Let's go!" He waved his right hand and vanished on the spot with them. The old man's face was covered in bitterness. The Azura Hall could be said to have been completely plundered. A long time passed before the old man cupped his fist toward the sky. "World exalt, who is he to make even you dare not act against him?" A long time passed before a voice came from above. "Wu Enai, one who defied destiny with the martial Tao." The old man's figure stiffened when he heard this. Wu Enai. That was a legendary figure. A long time passed before the old man shook his head and sighed. He felt that they were very lucky that it came to such an end. Because while Wu Enai was dead, he wasn't someone the Azura Hall could offend. As for the sprite progenitor, the old man had given up those thoughts. The sprite progenitor was great, but it wasn't something he could covet. But he knew the other experts hiding in the shadows desired it. After all, Wu Enai was still dead. The southern desolate lands. At the top of the cliff and within the primordial pagoda. On the ascension platform. And Nanjing sat cross-legged there while Yang Yi, Sword Scroll, Arya, and Snowy were in front of her. Arya licked her tongue hulu while frequently sizing up Nanjing. Snowy blinked as she gazed at Nanjing, and then gazed at Arya and waved her paws lightly. Snowy was telling her that this big sister should not be offended, and that she was very strong. Very strong! Snowy was very respectful to Nanjing. Because she never gave Snowy any face. No, it should be said that Nanjing was the type of decisive and direct person. And Snowy had her but smacked by a Nanjing on many occasions. Arya nodded, and then she gazed at a Nanjing with a gaze filled with curiosity. A long time passed before a Nanjing suddenly opened her eyes, and then Snowy hurriedly flew over to her and waved her little paw. 2 black spears immediately appeared before a Nanjing. They were the spears that Yang Yi had obtained in the primal battlefield. And Nanjing glanced at Snowy, touched the spears, and said, "Not bad." Snowy cracked a smile, and then she raised the spears in a Nanjing's direction. She was saying that the spears were for a Nanjing. A Nanjing rubbed Snowy's head while a gentle expression appeared in her eyes. She really loved the little fellow, but she wasn't good at displaying it. Snowy cracked a smile and rubbed her head lightly against a Nanjing's hand. Meanwhile, a Nanjing stood up and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Let's fight!" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he nodded. "All right. Fight." Chapter 24:04 Passionate Fight. Chapter 24:04 Passionate Fight. Fight. As soon as he answered her, Snowy hurriedly left the ascension platform. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Yang Yi and a Nanjing were going to fight. She really looked forward to it. As far as Snowy was concerned, both Yang Yi and a Nanjing were extremely powerful. So, a fight between them would definitely be really fun. As for danger, she didn't worry about that at all. Because she knew that Yang Yi wouldn't harm a Nanjing, and a Nanjing wouldn't harm Yang Yi either. Only Yang Yi and a Nanjing remained on the ascension platform. They exchanged glances, and then a Nanjing lightly twisted the tip of her foot against the ground. Hiss! A ray of black light flashed above the ascension platform. A fist shot straight at Yang Yi's face. It was a simple punch, just a very simple punch, but it was exactly such a simple punch that made Yang Yi react like he was facing a formidable enemy. Yang Yi didn't use his sword and swung a punch as well. His punch tore through everything before him. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and then he was pushed backward repeatedly. Right when he was about to be pushed out of the ascension platform, Yang Yi stopped. However, a Nanjing appeared in front of him at the same time. A Nanjing slammed a kick at Yang Yi from midair. The imposing aura it carried seemed like it could shatter the earth. Imposing aura! The imposing aura it carried was so strong that it shocked Yang Yi. He didn't dare act carelessly and drew his sword. A sword howl resounded, and a sword pressed against the bottom of a Nanjing's foot. It had forcefully stopped her imposing aura. A Nanjing twisted her right leg lightly. Bang! The entire ascension platform below Yang Yi shook violently while a strand of powerful energy rippled out above it. Along with the ripple of energy, the space here shook violently, and seemed like it would explode apart at any moment. Yang Yi's sword started to bend. The powerful force contained within a Nanjing's right foot was even almost beyond the limits of the sword precursor, which was a divine treasure now. Suddenly, the sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist shook violently, and then a ray of light flashed. Right when it flashed, a Nanjing appeared around 10 m away from Yang Yi. The sword missed. That attack, which was capable of instantly killing a 2-world realm expert, had missed just like that. She glanced at the sword gourd and said, "Not bad." She tapped the tip of her right foot down once she finished speaking. Hiss! A Nanjing instantly appeared before Yang Yi. At the same time, she raised her leg and swung it at Yang Yi's chest. It was fast, precise, and ruthless. She hadn't hesitated at all. That was what Yang Yi felt from her. Her attacks and moves were very simple, and they were devoid of any hesitation. That was the most terrifying form of attack. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a small step back with his right foot, and then he swung his sword. Hiss! Space was instantly sliced apart in its wake. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both of them separated. Boom! The entire ascension platform shook violently. On the platform, Yang Yi and a Nanjing exchanged glances, and then she suddenly made a grabbing motion. Hiss! Shed grabbed Yang Yi's sword in her grasp. A flying sword. At that instant earlier, Yan Yi had launched another fling sword, but she'd been able to stop it with ease. She was strong. The sword in her grasp trembled violently. Suddenly, Nanjing's hand slid down and grabbed the sword's hilt, and then she hurled it at Yan Yi. Hiss! A ray of light stabbed straight at Yan Yi. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed, immediately grabbing the sword in his grasp. However, Nanjing suddenly appeared before him, and then a fist slammed at his head. Nanjing's fist! A sword stopped Nanjing's fist when it was just a few inches away from Yang Yi's head. Nanjing's strength was formidable, but Yang Yi's wasn't weak either. A sword and a fist. A moment of silence ensued, and then she suddenly closed her eyes. A moment later, she twisted her right hand. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted away, all the way out of the platform. However, it only took a moment for a sword to descend from above Nanjing. 3 overlapped swings with the sword domain. Bang! As soon as they descended, Nanjing was instantly blasted away. Outside the ascension platform, Nanjing glanced at her fist, and there was a blood-red injury there. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, "That attack wasn't bad. Come, try mine." As soon as she finished speaking, a spear appeared in her grasp. It was one of the 2 spears Snowy had given her. Nanjing held it tight, and then she tapped her right foot down. The tip of a spear instantly appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's reaction was extremely fast, and his sword slashed down at the instant she attacked. Clang! An ear-piercing and sharp sound of collision resounded, and then they split apart. Outside the platform, Yang Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances and didn't attack again. Because if they did, it would be a battle of life and death. Both of them would never choose to fight each other to the death. She glanced at Yang Yi. "You've grown strong." Yang Yi smiled. "You too." And Nanjing nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Snowy. The latter cracked a smile and waved her paw lightly. Spirit energy instantly surged into Nanjing. Nanjing grinned, and then she walked over to Snowy and rubbed the little fellow's head. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's go outside." Yang Yi nodded and left the primordial pagoda with Nanjing and Snowy. Wu and I was looking at the go board in deep thought. Nanjing walked over to him and bowed slightly. Wu and I spoke softly. "You're leaving?" Nanjing nodded. Wu and I put down the go piece in his grasp and said, "What do you think about your trip to the Hell World?" She fell silent for a long time and said, "Brutal, strong." Wu and I grinned. "Brutal? Little girl, that isn't the most brutal place yet, and it isn't the strongest either." She gazed at Wu and I and waited for him to continue. Wu and I smiled. "I've gone further than you, and I've seen more people and experienced more things. What you think is brutal and strong now isn't truly brutal or strong. The path of cultivation is without end." She nodded slightly. "I know." Wu and I smiled. "That martial qilin is yours. You'll be able to truly bring forth the might of those moves with its help." Nanjing bowed slightly to Wu and I and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Wu and I. "Farewell." Wu and I nodded. "Go on." Yang Yi took Nanjing's hand, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Once they left, an old man appeared out of thin air before Wu and I. It was Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor glanced at the sky. "You're not going with them?" Wu and I shook his head. "The truly strong don't get there by being protected," Martial Ancestor said. "She has great potential. I hope she will be able to create her own path in the martial Tao and not take our path. After all, the facts prove that we were wrong." "Of course." Wu and I looked up at the sky. "The thing I admire the most about her is that she persists on her own martial Tao, and she merely learns from ours. That's the most precious part. She will go further than both of us." Martial Ancestor nodded, and then he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What about that kid?" Wu and I fell silent. Martial Ancestor smiled. "What is it?" Wu and I shook his head slightly. "That kid, Has balls. He's a true man, and I like him. However, he's too headstrong. He would rather break than bend, so he may go all the way, or he may die soon. Who knows? Martial Ancestor smiled. You like him? That's rare. Wu and I glanced into the sky, and a vicious glow gradually appeared in his eyes. I wasn't able to overcome you all those years ago. That's fine, my disciple definitely will. I can't rest in peace until you die. As soon as he finished speaking, both Wu and I and Martial Ancestor's figures gradually turned ethereal. It didn't take long for just a gold board to remain on the cliff. Divine Martial City. Cloud Residence. As soon as they arrived there, the woman, Ailing, walked out of the bamboo house. Ailing glanced at Yang Yi, and then her gaze descended onto An Nanjing. She sized up An Nanjing for a moment, and then she nodded slightly. The martial god physique! Amazing! An Nanjing glanced at Ailing and nodded slightly. It's just ordinary. Ailing grinned and gazed at Yang Yi. She smiled. Young Master Yang, it'll be troubling you again. Yang Yi smiled. Of course. She smiled and sat down at the side. Yang Yi sat in front of her, and then she stretched out her hand. Yang Yi's hand hovered above hers as his primordial violet energy surged incessantly into her. Ailing gradually closed her eyes, and her pale countenance slowly turned rosier and rosier. Primordial violet energy. Ailing spoke softly. As expected of an energy renowned for healing. My trip here was worth it. Yang Yi glanced at her and remained silent. A long time passed before Yang Yi withdrew his hand. However, she suddenly grabbed his hand and grinned at Yang Yi. Young Master Yang, are you willing to sell it? Sell it? Yang Yi shook his head. No. She grinned. But I really like it. If you're willing to sell it to me, feel free to ask for divine treasures or anything else. Yang Yi shook his head again. It's not for sale. Ailing's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the atmosphere here became tense. Yenny. See. Chapter 2405 I Refuse. Chapter 2405 I Refuse. And Nanjing glanced at Ailing and slowly clenched her fists. Yang Yi grinned. Miss Ailing, you're not planning on getting it by force, right? She pulled her hand away, glanced at her palm, and spoke softly. To be honest, I did have such a thought. You may not be aware of it, but this sickness of mine is impossible to cure even with primordial violet energy. Primordial violet energy is only able to slow down its progress. She glanced at him and continued. But if I have primordial violet energy with me, I'll have much more time. In that way, I'll have time to look for another way. Yang Yi smiled. So you plan to use force, right? She gazed at him for a long time and cracked a smile. Young Master Yang, are we friends? Yang Yi shook his head. Friends? They couldn't be considered as friends. Ailing chuckled, and then she suddenly started coughing. It took her a while to stop coughing. She smiled. Young Master Yang, I really admire your character. She stood up slowly as she spoke and looked up at the sky. Young Master Yang, I have a small warning for you before you leave. I wonder if you're willing to hear it? Yang Yi nodded. Go on. She suddenly looked down at Snowy, who was on Yang Yi's shoulder. Snowy seemed to have sensed something and gazed at Ailing. Snowy blinked to display she was wondering what Ailing wanted. Ailing gazed at Snowy for a long time and said, The sprite progenitor. Young Master Yang, if she stays with you, then I can honestly tell you that both you and her won't have a happy ending. She can't be considered a sprite progenitor yet, but she will definitely become one. That's why many powers, the very ancient type of powers, will absolutely not let her escape their grasps. She looked toward the north and continued. There's also the eternal river and eternal kingdom which lies beyond it. Do you know that countless powers in eternal kingdom are waiting for a new sprite progenitor to be born? Yang Yi frowned and was slightly bewildered. They are waiting for a new sprite progenitor to be born? Ailing nodded. If it hadn't been for the sprite progenitor, Eternal Kingdom would have been destroyed during that war. But the desolate race wasn't annihilated during that war, so Eternal Kingdom is afraid that they'll return. Thus, they need the sprite progenitor. They would have a much greater chance at winning if they had the sprite progenitor on their side. She gazed at Yan Yi at this point. As for the desolate, if they find out that you have a sprite progenitor, what do you think they would do? They would stop at nothing to seize it or kill it. What they cannot obtain must be killed. Other powers wouldn't dare to kill the sprite progenitor, but the desolate race would. The desolate race? Suddenly, Nanjing asked. Are they very strong? Ailing glanced at Nanjing and smiled. Very. And Nanjing shook his head slightly and gazed at Snowy. Don't be afraid, him and I will protect you. Snowy cracked a smile, flew over to Nanjing's shoulder, and then rubbed her head against Nanjing's face. Snowy was naturally not afraid. Who had he ever feared? She had so many divine treasures, lackeys, and both Yan Yi and Nanjing. Most importantly, she had Tian Xiu. Tian Xiu had promised to protect her. And Tian Xiu was very strong. In short, Snowy felt that she was very safe. Meanwhile, Ailing walked over to Nanjing, glanced at the latter and said, Missin, why allow yourself to be swept into all of this? Your future is absolutely promising with what you have. And Nanjing looked Ailing in the eyes. Because I like it. Ailing gazed at Nanjing for a long time before she shook her head and smiled. Do as you wish. She gazed at Yang Yi. Young Master Yang, I hope we'll meet again. Good luck. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just left with Snowy and Nanjing. Once they left, Ailing suddenly spoke softly. The martial god physique she. Suddenly Left Sword seemed hesitant to speak. Young miss? Ailing asked. What is it? She hesitated for quite some time before she said, Are young Master Yang and Missin really strong? Ailing nodded. Very strong. If I'm not wrong, that young Master Yang is intentionally suppressing his cultivation. The longer he does that, the more terrifying it would be when it finally erupts. Not to mention the future, even now, ordinary three-world realm experts can't harm him. As for Missin, Ailing's eyes narrowed slightly. The martial god physique. Her physique is one of the 10 great physiques just like mine. So, what do you think? Left Sword seemed quite hesitant, like she had more to say. Ailing frowned slightly. What is it? Left Sword lowered her head slightly and said, Young miss, Right Sword told the eldest young master about the primordial violet energy, and they said that if you don't use force to get it, they will once young Master Yang and Missin leave. How dare she? Ailing suddenly shouted with fury. Left Sword's face turned pale, and she immediately fell to her knees. Ailing glanced at Left Sword and looked up at the sky. I hope we get there in time. Senior Heaven and Senior Earth, come with me. Her figure vanished on the spot. Once they left Divine Martial City, it didn't take long for Yang Yi and Nanjing to stop abruptly. A young man was standing not too far ahead of them, and there was also a woman and a robust man. Yang Yi recognized the woman and the robust man, because they were Right Sword and the three-world realm expert Ada. Yang Yi gazed at the young man, and the latter spoke indifferently. I want the primordial violet energy you have, so please give it to me. Yang Yi asked, Is this Ailing's doing? The man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. You don't have much time. 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand it over in 3 breaths of time, then you can leave your lives behind. Suddenly Yang Yi's figure appeared above the young man, and a ray of sword energy slashed down from above him. 3 swings with the sword domain. The young man's expression changed drastically, but his reaction was absolutely swift. Head formed a seal with both hands at the instant Yang Yi's sword descended, and then a powerful yellow ray of light surged out of him. Bang! An explosion resounded. The yellow light exploded apart immediately, and the young man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. As soon as he stopped himself, his pupils constricted while he instinctively dodged to the side. CM hiss. While Head moved away, his right hand had been chopped off by a flying sword. Right Sword's face turned pale from the sight of this. The robust man was about to attack when a spear tore through the air. A vicious glow flashed through his eyes as he swung his right hand forward. In an instant, a thick and long iron chain slammed against the spear. Bang! The world shook violently. Suddenly, a Nanjing appeared before him, and then she whipped her leg at him. The robust man didn't dodge and slammed his palm at her kick instead. A head-on collision! Boom! An explosion resounded, and then the robust man was slammed over 300 m away. A moment later, a spear instantly arrived before him. The robust man shouted with fury and slammed his fist forward. Bang! He was blasted away once more. Meanwhile, an Nanjing soundlessly appeared before him, suppression. As soon as they fought, the three-world realm expert was suppressed by a Nanjing. Meanwhile, after he sliced off the young man's arm, Yang Yi didn't stop. His figure transformed into a ray of light that shot at the young man. The young man was horrified and hurriedly withdrew a green shield. However, it shattered as soon as it came into contact with Yang Yi's sword. A moment later, the sword descended and pressed against his forehead. The sword didn't stop and was about to pierce into the young man's forehead when a voice resounded. Brother Yang, please show mercy. The sword stopped. Yang Yi turned around, and he saw a woman walking over slowly. It was Ailing, and an old man and an old woman were behind her. Ailing walked swiftly over to Yang Yi, glanced at the young man, and then cupped her fist at Yang Yi. Brother Yang, I'm sorry about this. Yang Yi ignored Ailing and looked to the side. A Nanjing and the robust man were still fighting, but at this moment, he was being completely suppressed and was without the ability to fight back. His defeat was just a matter of time. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Ailing. Miss Ailing, I need an explanation. She laughed bitterly. I'm sorry, they came here because of me. So, allow me to apologize. I hope you'll give me face and let them go. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time and was about to lower his sword. However, the young man suddenly spoke angrily. Ailing, who does he think he is? What right does he have to make you speak like that? He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. I'm telling you, we're taking the primordial violet energy. If you refuse to hand it over, then you and everyone close to you will die a graveless death. You! Hiss! The young man's voice stopped abruptly. A sword had pierced his forehead. Ailing's eyes narrowed slightly while the atmosphere instantly became tense. Yang Yi sheathed his sword. Yang Yi gazed at Ailing and grinned. Sorry, Miss Ailing, I won't be giving you face today. Do you have a problem with that? Chapter 2406 Kill All the Way. Chapter 2406 Kill All the Way. Ailing gazed at Yang Yi in silence while the divine sense of both the old man and old woman behind her had locked onto Yang Yi. The atmosphere here was extremely tense. As for Yang Yi, he ignored all three of them and gazed at an Nanjing. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and the robust man was blasted away. And Nanjing wanted to follow up with another attack, but Yang Yi suddenly said, Let's go! And Nanjing stopped, walked over to Yang Yi, and then glanced at Ailing. But it didn't take long for her gaze to descend onto the two behind Ailing. It was because their divine senses were locked onto Yang Yi. And Nanjing clenched her fists. Want to fight? Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The old man glanced at her and said, Any time. And Nanjing gazed at Ailing. The latter grinned. Then both of you can spar. Right, it's a spar, so spar seriously. Otherwise, it would be meaningless, right? She gazed at Yang Yi while she spoke. Spar seriously. How could Yang Yi not understand what she meant? He smiled and gazed at a Nanjing. Fight seriously. And Nanjing replied. Then I'll kill him. She walked over once she finished speaking. Yang Yi's face darkened. Even if you want to do that, just keep it in your heart, and don't speak it out loud. She was too direct. Ailing chuckled. Brother Yang, this senior of mine is at the peak of the three-world realm. He rarely loses against others in the same realm of cultivation. Yang Yi smiled. It's fine. Besides me, she's never lost to anyone else in the same realm of cultivation. Ailing glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. Then let's wait and see. Yang Yi nodded. All right, we shall. Meanwhile, Nanjing waved her right hand, and a black spear appeared in her grasp. A spear! Nanjing held it tightly, and then she vanished on the spot. Hiss! The sound of space being torn apart resounded. A huge gap in space opened up in the sky. The old man closed his eyes slowly. Suddenly, he twisted his right hand, and then an ethereal saber appeared in his grasp. A moment later, he grabbed it with both hands and swung it forward. Clang! Saber and spear collided, and the world around them shook. Nanjing and the old man were pushed back, but it didn't take long for them to simultaneously stop themselves. Nanjing tightened her grip on the spear while she closed her eyes slowly. Bang! A wave of invisible energy swept out from within her. Aura! An imposing aura! Nanjing's aura was growing stronger and stronger, and the world gradually started to tremble around her. Ailing's eyes narrowed slightly while a wisp of solemnness appeared deep within them. An imposing aura! Nanjing's imposing aura could suppress the aura of the world around her. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that it was still growing. It was growing madly. Pressure. Everyone gradually sensed a wave of formidable pressure. Even Yang Yi sensed it. It pressed upon his heart, causing him to feel quite suffocated. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression became solemn too. Even his heart palpitated slightly before her imposing aura. Most importantly, it was still rising madly and showed no sign of stopping. So, how strong was it? The old man's face was unprecedentedly solemn as well. What was most important in a battle between two armies? Aura? At this moment, Nanjing's aura had completely suppressed his own. A formidable enemy. At this moment, the old man stopped looking down on Nanjing and closed his eyes slowly as he tightened his grip on the saber. The profound energy within him surged madly into the saber, and the space around him slowly started to become distorted because of that. Suddenly, Nanjing opened her eyes. Take this! As soon as she finished speaking, she hurled the spear at the old man. The spear shot through space. In an instant, Yang Yi and Ailing's expressions turned extremely solemn. The strength carried by the spear entirely exceeded their expectations. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, only 4 swings of the sword domain could stop this attack of hers. Moreover, it was only a possibility. He wasn't confident in being able to stop it. And Nanjing was that strong. The old man's face was covered in a ferocious expression. At this moment, he had no way to back down, and he had to face Nanjing's attack no matter what. Ha! The old man shouted with fury, and then he swung the saber with both hands. The world around him shuddered and cracked open. The spear arrived. Boom! The saber exploded apart, and then the spear stabbed into the old man's left chest. Hiss! The old man was blasted far away with the spear still in his chest. Blood sprayed. The surroundings fell silent. Shed defeated him with a single attack. And Nanjing glanced at the old man. Do you want to continue? Continue? Her voice was very calm, but it carried a strand of invisible confidence and overbearingness. The old man glanced at his chest. There was a bloody hole there, and it wouldn't heal no matter how he tried. The old man looked up at Nanjing and was about to speak when Ailing suddenly said, We admit defeat this time. The old man gazed at Ailing and lowered his head slightly. Forgive me for bringing shame to you, young miss. Ailing smiled. It's normal. Senior Sky, she possesses the martial god physique, she's the future martial god. The martial god physique. The old man's pupils constricted, and then he gazed at Nanjing with astonishment. He naturally understood what the martial god physique represented. It was extremely terrifying even in the eternal dimension. The martial god. Nanjing ignored the old man and walked over to Yang Yi. She glanced at Ailing and said, Shall we continue? Continue? Ailing grinned. There'll be a chance for that in the future. And Nanjing nodded. All right. She moved over to Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi glanced at Ailing. Miss Ailing, farewell. He left in Nanjing away and vanished into the sky. Ailing's face gradually calmed down on the spot. Meanwhile, Right Sword went over to Ailing with her head lowered, and she spoke softly. Young miss. Ailing gazed at Right Sword. I've been too good to all of you, and that made you forget your place and dare to arbitrarily decide on things. Right Sword knelt down and spoke in a trembling voice. Young miss, I was wrong, I'm sorry. You were wrong? Ailing walked over to Right Sword and looked down at her. You think I don't want that primordial violet energy? I want it, but you should see who you're dealing with. A genius in the Sword Dao, a genius in the Martial Dao, and a sprite progenitor. Can primordial violet energy even be compared with them? She bent down slightly. I planned to become friends with him, and I did make some progress with him. Yet now, it's all gone because of you. Not only is it all gone, we almost became sworn enemies. It's all because of you. Right Sword spoke in a trembling voice. Young miss, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Ailing shook her head. That little fellow was a sprite progenitor. If we became friends with Yan Yi and in Nanjing, it would be equivalent to becoming friends with a sprite progenitor. Do you know what that represents? Do you? You don't. Ailing shook her head. You can leave. Right Sword's face turned ghastly pale. She grabbed Ailing's feet and said, Young miss, I really realize my mistakes. So please don't make me go. Don't make me leave. I'm begging you. Left Sword was about to say something, but Ailing shook her head and vanished into the distance. Left Sword sighed softly. She knew her young miss had made up her mind, and Ailing's decision was impossible to change once she'd made up her mind. Left Sword walked over to Right Sword and spoke softly. Just head back for now. It'll help you talk to her once she cools down. Right Sword sat weakly on the ground with despair on her face. Meanwhile, Ailing suddenly stopped in midair, and a black-clothed man appeared before her. The man took a knee and said, Young miss, the Patriarch has ordered your immediate return. Ailing spoke indifferently. For what? The black-clothed man shook his head. I don't know. Ailing looked the man in the eyes, causing cold sweat to drip down his head. A short while passed before the black-clothed man hesitated for a moment and said, It should be your marriage agreement. My marriage agreement? A wisp of disdain curled up the corners of her mouth. What nonsense! The black-clothed man was stunned, and then he was delighted. Young miss, your injuries? She closed her eyes slowly. I've been wandering the world for so long. It's time to head home. The black-clothed man hesitated for a moment and said, You seem to have encountered some trouble. Do you want me to resolve it for you? Ailing shook her head. You can't resolve this problem of mine. All right, forget that. Let's go. There's one more thing. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man continued. The Patriarch received word that the sprite progenitor has appeared. Young miss. Ailing interrupted him and said, I'll head home and talk to him about that myself. Let's go. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. At a spot in the clouds, Yan Yi withdrew the myriad world diagram. He unfurled it and gazed at Nanjing with a smile on his face. Do you know what awaits us when we head back this time? Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi, and then she stomped her foot down with her spear in hand. Boom! Space shook violently. She closed her eyes slowly and said, I'll kill with you all the way. Chapter 2407 The Desolate Race. Chapter 2407 The Desolate Race. Kill! Kill all the way! Yan Yi roared with laughter, and then he took her hand and tapped the myriad world diagram. Swish! 2 rays of blue light instantly enveloped them, and they vanished on the spot. The myriad world diagram could teleport them almost anywhere. Eternal Border. Presently, a storm was brewing in Eternal Border. Countless experts had returned from the Eternal River, causing the originally calm atmosphere of eternal border to become tense. The ancestors of the 6 clans, the ancestors of the 4 powers in the Eternal River, the founding ancestor of the Immortal Estate, and countless other experts had converged here. All of them had a single objective: Yan Yi, or to be more precise, the Sprite Progenitor. The Sprite Progenitor which could take them into Eternal Kingdom. So long as they obtained it, they would be able to negotiate with Eternal Kingdom. No matter what they asked for, Eternal Kingdom would accept it for the sake of the Sprite Progenitor. Anything could be discussed when it involved a Sprite Progenitor. World Mountain. On the teleportation platform. A teleportation formation suddenly trembled, and then a young man in a gray robe appeared there. The young man walked out of the formation, and then the formation behind him trembled once more before an old man walked out from within it. The old man walked over to stand silently behind the young man. The young man glanced at the surroundings and smiled. "This is Eternal Border? Elder Tsung, tell me about this place." The old man spoke softly. "Eternal Border has existed for almost 1,000,000 years, and it has gone through 4 eras. The Ancient Era, the Elemental Era, the Primal Era, and the Current Era. The Ancient Era was too long ago, so its history is unknown. Besides that, the most dazzling era was the Primal Era. During that era, there were countless experts and geniuses here." The young man smiled. "Unfortunately, that era fell at the hands of our race." There was a wisp of pride on the corner of the old man's mouth. "If it wasn't for that Sprite Progenitor, we would have annihilated Eternal Kingdom. Unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. The Sprite Progenitor." The young man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Elder Tsung, did our race really lose because of the Sprite Progenitor?" The old man sighed softly. "The Sprite Progenitor's strength isn't terrifying. Even 10 Sprite Progenitors would be no match for our patriarch. The true reason for her being terrifying was her ability to summon and converge others. It was too great." The young man asked. "What do you mean?" The old man sighed again. "There were some races who were staying out of the war, and the sprites as well. Even Eternal Border had remained neutral. However, once she joined the battle, all of them took Eternal Kingdom's side, and countless living beings and sprites from countless universes kept coming to provide support." He shook his head and continued. "Our race didn't have the slightest advantage in any aspect anymore. Especially with the network of relationships that the Sprite Progenitor possessed. Once she joined the battle, countless seniors who were just watching the battle indifferently joined in. If our patriarch had continued to fight that war, the final outcome would be that besides our patriarch, everyone in our entire race would perish during that war. So, the patriarch had no choice but to retreat." The young man fell silent for a long time and asked, "Who gave the order to slaughter all the living beings and sprites during the war?" The old man laughed bitterly. "The patriarch's younger brother. After that battle, the patriarch personally imprisoned him in a small world. But he should be coming out soon." The young man gazed at the old man. "Won't he hate the patriarch?" The old man shook his head. "He wouldn't dare. The patriarch's strength will make him dare not arouse even the slightest thought of that." "The patriarch!" A wisp of solemnness appeared in the young man's eyes. "Or it should be described as fear and reverence. It was a person who everyone revered and feared." Meanwhile, Elder Tsung said, "Seventh Prince, when the patriarch asked you and your siblings to search for the Sprite Progenitor, it's actually a test. The one who gets the Sprite Progenitor will be our Crown Prince." "The Crown Prince!" A wisp of excitement flashed through his eyes. It was a position only inferior to the patriarch, and it came with very, very great authority. Moreover, it allowed one to enjoy countless resources of their race. It could be said that so long as he became the Crown Prince, he would gain both the greatest authority and resources in an instant. Especially the authority. In his race, their elusive patriarch rarely managed their race. In other words, the Crown Prince was equivalent to the one who managed the entire race. The Sprite Progenitor. However, the only way to become the Crown Prince was to obtain the Sprite Progenitor. The young man restrained his thoughts and looked up at the sky. The sprite progenitor belongs to me, Huan Yen. The old man and him vanished from the teleportation platform. Once they left, an old man appeared here, and he looked up at the sky and shook his head as he sighed. Eternal Border isn't going to stay peaceful for long. White Emperor City. 2 rays of light descended from the sky and entered White Emperor City. They dispersed before the main hall in the city, and then Yan Yi and Bai Jixian appeared there. And Nanjing sat on the city walls while leaning against her spear. She had her eyes closed and seemed to be cultivating. Meanwhile, Snowy was on her shoulder. Snowy kept looking around, and no one knew what she was thinking. At the entrance to the hall, the city governor appeared before them, and he spoke solemnly when he saw Yang Yi and Bai Jixian. "Why are you back?" Bai Jixian smiled bitterly. "Father, if we didn't come back, White Emperor City would probably vanish from this world, right?" The city governor fell silent. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and there were no less than 10 concealed auras there. Every single one of them was at the Limit Breaker realm at least. Obviously, White Emperor City had been surrounded a long time ago. If Yan Yi didn't return, they would attack White Emperor City to force Yan Yi to return. The city governor laughed bitterly. How could he not be aware of White Emperor City's current situation? Even then, he still didn't hope for them to return. There was no hope. He couldn't see any hope. There were so many powers and experts who wanted Yan Yi's life. Yan Yi smiled and said, "You two chat." He turned around and left once he finished speaking. He went to the city walls and glanced at Nanjing. "How many are there?" 12. She continued, "But they've left." They left. Obviously, they knew of Yan Yi and Nanjing's strength, so they were afraid that Yan Yi and Nanjing would attack them. After all, the death of a single Limit Breaker realm expert was a huge loss to them. And Nanjing suddenly asked, "What's your plan?" "My plan?" Yan Yi was stunned, and then he glanced into the sky. Actually, he had no plan. He just wanted the people around him to be safe. Of course, there was one other thing. He was waiting for Snowy to fully transform into a sprite progenitor. Snowy still needed his protection right now. And he would absolutely not let her fall into their hands and become their puppet. If anyone tried to touch Snowy, he would fight them to the death. Suddenly, Nanjing looked to the side, and a middle-aged man was approaching White Emperor City. The middle-aged man was robust and bearded, and he had a huge saber on his back. The saber was very wide, even wider than his body. Every single step he took made the ground tremble violently. Besides that, there was an imposing aura on him, an overbearing aura. As the middle-aged man approached the city, the aura he emanated grew stronger and stronger. When he arrived before the city entrance, a monstrous wave of pressure enveloped the entire city. Everyone in White Emperor City was horrified. A 3-world realm expert. Moreover, he was a saber cultivator. Yan Yi was about to speak when Nanjing suddenly leaped off the city wall and appeared before him. The middle-aged man glanced at her and said, "Fuck off. I don't hit women." Nanjing didn't say a word and just tapped the tip of her foot down. Hiss. FREVL. An afterimage flashed. The middle-aged man frowned slightly when Nanjing vanished, and then he clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and he was pushed back repeatedly. He only managed to stop himself around 300 m away, and as soon as he did that, a wave of powerful pressure arrived before him. A spear! At this moment, the middle-aged man didn't dare act carelessly. He drew his saber with both hands and swung it. Skybreaker! Along with his furious shout, the sky shook violently, and it seemed like a pair of scissors had cut it open. Meanwhile, the spear arrived. Bang! As soon as they collided, the sky trembled violently, and then the middle-aged man was blasted over 1 kilometer back with this saber. Once he stopped himself, the ground beneath his feet immediately collapsed. At the same time, blood covered his arms because Nanjing's attack had cracked both of them open. The middle-aged man had a solemn expression on his face. Suddenly, Nanjing stomped her right foot down, and then she appeared in front of him. After that, she slammed the black spear down with both hands. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted slightly. He didn't dare act carelessly against this attack and flicked his saber upward with both hands. Hiss! Everywhere it passed, space was instantly sliced open. Bang! Spear and saber collided. The middle-aged man was immediately blasted backward again. And Nanjing was about to follow up with another attack when a ray of sword energy flashed. The hairs on the middle-aged man's body instantly stood on end, and he instinctively dodged to the right. Hiss! The middle-aged man appeared 300 yen to the right, but one of his arms was still there where had been just a moment ago. However, that wasn't the end of it. At the instant his figure appeared to the right, another ray of sword energy had flashed. An instant later, the man's eyes opened wide. So fast. As soon as he finished speaking, his head tilted to the side and fell off his neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Favorite. Chapter 2408 Only Death Awaits. Chapter 2408 Only Death Awaits. A flying sword. Along with 2 rays of light, 2 swords floated calmly before Yang Yi. It was the sword supreme and sword precursor. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and they returned to the sword gourd on his waist. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the middle-aged man's soul was immediately absorbed into his palm. Yang Yi greedily absorbed all of it, and then he gazed at a Nanjing who was standing by his side now. "You're not angry, right?" She shook her head. "Who kills him doesn't make a difference." Yang Yi smiled. "True." She glanced at Yang Yi's palm. "Absorbing souls?" Yang Yi nodded. "It's a secret technique." And Nanjing nodded slightly and glanced at the sky. "There are many more. Shall we kill them?" Yang Yi smiled. "Let's wait for them to attack." And Nanjing nodded, and then she flashed onto the city wall. She stabbed her spear into the wall, and sat cross-legged there while leaning against the spear with her eyes closed. Yang Yi glanced at the sky while a smile curled up on his lips, and then he entered White Emperor City. Yang Yi arrived in a room within the city, and then he sat down cross-legged and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi glanced at his palm, and there was a pitch-black vortex there. Souls. Since Tianxiu had taught him the soul-devouring technique that day, had absorbed numerous souls, and they were quite useful to him. Yang Yi clenched his right fist slowly. In an instant, the black vortex in his palm started to spin rapidly. Countless strands of energy gradually dispersed from his palm and converged into his body. He was planning on fully absorbing these souls. As he absorbed them, his aura grew stronger and stronger, but it didn't take long for the aura to be gradually suppressed. Suppression. He was suppressing it madly. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly looked up on the walls of White Emperor City. A ray of light was descending from afar like a meteor. Behind the ray of light was a wave of flames. A wave of powerful aura instantly descended upon White Emperor City. If the ray of light was allowed to enter the city would be transformed into ruins in an instant. And Nanjing suddenly stood up, and then she kicked the spear before her. Bang! The spear tore through the air and slammed against the ray of light. Bang! The sky exploded apart, and sparks sprayed. Suddenly, an ethereal and towering palm descended from above, and it enveloped the entire city within it. And Nanjing stretched out her right hand, and a spear appeared in her grasp. An instant later, she hurled up into the sky. Hiss! The spear tore through the air and stabbed the palm. Hiss! The spear pierced through the center of the palm, and then a wave of powerful energy rippled out of it. In an instant, the palm was turned to ash. An old man stood high above in the clouds. He looked down at White Emperor City, or to be more precise, he gazed at Nanjing for a while. Suddenly, he clenched his right hand in her direction, and the space around her instantly started burning. At the same time, a wave of powerful pressure locked down the space around her. And Nanjing's face remained indifferent as she raised her fist and slammed it forward. Boom! It blasted through the air. The pressure that enveloped her was instantly blasted into bits, and the flames around her vanished without a trace as well. Meanwhile, Nanjing tapped her right foot down. Bang! An instant later, an explosion rumbled in the clouds. The old man appeared 3 kilometers away, and Nanjing was standing where had been a moment ago. Nanjing waved her hands, and then 2 spears appeared within her grasps. A moment later she hurled both of them at the old man. Hiss! Hiss! They tore through the sky and forcefully tore open 2 pitch-black rifts in space. The old man's pupils constricted abruptly, and then he stretched out his right hand and shook it lightly. In an instant, a huge barrier of light appeared before him, and it was like a door that split the world into 2. Countless strands of profound energy surged within his palm before converging into the barrier of light. Meanwhile, the 2 spears arrived. Bang! Bang! The barrier of light shook violently, and then countless cracks appeared on it. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly appeared behind the spears, grabbed them, and twisted them with force. Boom! The barrier of light instantly collapsed, and the spears shot through. Bang! Bang! Along with 2 explosions in the sky, the old man was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Nanjing was about to attack when the old man turned around and vanished into the sky. Head fled. Nanjing frowned slightly. Meanwhile, 2 rays of light flashed through the distant sky. Flying swords. 2 flying swords vanished, and then a head crashed down from the sky. Nanjing turned around on the city wall, and Bai Jixin and Yan Yi were by her side. She glanced at Bai Jixin, and then she gazed at Yan Yi. Let's go! Yan Yi nodded. Let's go to the sword ruins! As he spoke, Yan Yi flipped his palm and a sword sheath appeared there. I sense something over there that's summoning this sheath. And Nanjing gazed at the sheath, and it was trembling. She fell silent for a moment and asked, What about this place? Yan Yi smiled. I'm their target. So long as I'm back in Eternal Border, they want target White Emperor City. And Nanjing nodded. All right. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, Let's go. They vanished from the city walls once he finished speaking. Once they left, the countless auras around the city vanished. At a certain point in space above the city, there were 5 people standing there. They were the ancestors of the 5 clans. The initial emperor glanced in the direction Yan Yi and Nanjing had left toward, and then he spoke indifferently. That woman is truly amazing. Bai Chuanxiu smiled. It's the martial emperor physique, what did you expect? The martial god physique. All of the others had quite solemn expressions on their faces. Obviously, they'd heard of it. Bai Chuanxiu smiled. I didn't expect Yan Yi to find such help. It's even more interesting now. Interesting? Yigo suddenly spoke coldly. Our target is that sprite progenitor. Now, countless other people have arrived in Eternal Border, and some of them are even capable of making us unable to rest at ease upon obtaining the sprite progenitor. Bai Chuanxiu smiled. Why should we go fight for it? Someone will be unable to restrain themselves, sooner or later, right? The initial emperor asked. So we strike last and take advantage of them? Bai Chuanxiu nodded. The initial emperor shook his head. That's what everyone else is thinking. Bai Chuanxiu looked down and said, I know. So, it now depends on who will be unable to restrain themselves first. Someone definitely will fail. Fuck off, Yigo suddenly said. Haven't you noticed? Yan Yi is much stronger than he was, and if this continued, we won't be the one who takes from him, he will take from us. Yan Yi. Yan Yi's strength was growing increasingly stronger, and it was something everyone realized. None of them didn't fear Yan Yi's speed of growth. They weren't the only ones, even the others hiding in the shadows were extremely afraid. Especially now that Yan Yi had the owner of the martial god physique, and Nanjing, by his side. If Yan Yi was allowed to continue, no one dared to imagine the consequence of that. However, no one wanted to go first and allow others to take advantage of them. So, they were delaying. Bai Chuanxiu closed his eyes slowly. Someone will definitely be unable to restrain themselves. So wait. Wait until someone goes first. All of them fell silent. While they knew others were of the same mind, they had no other choice and could only wait. Wait. They were all waiting until they reached a breaking point. On the other side of the sky, there was a woman looking down at the city below in silence. It was Nanli Ming. She looked up at the sky, and a long time passed before she shook her head, smiled, and vanished into the sky. The Sword Ruins. Yan Yi and Nanjing arrived at the Sword Ruins. He glanced at the surroundings, and then they vanished on the spot. At a mountain top in the Sword Ruins, Yan Yi saw Jian Yu. She was seated cross-legged on the ground with a huge sword in the ground by her side. Yan Yi and Nanjing walked over to Jian Yu, and she spoke softly. It's about to emerge. It's about to emerge. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. That sword? She nodded. Are you here for it? Yan Yi was quite surprised. How did you know? She replied softly. The sheath in your grasp. Yan Yi glanced at the sheath and asked, You've seen it before? She nodded. I have. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Does the sword belong to your clan? She shook her head. My clan owes it. If it wasn't for it, my clan would have been annihilated during that calamity. She stood up slowly and continued. If it leaves, it'll be free. Yan Yi said, I may take it with me. She smiled. If it's mine, then it will be mine. But if it isn't mine, then it will never be mine. Yan Yi smiled. Thank you. She nodded slightly and waved her right hand. In an instant, a huge crack appeared before her, and it went deep into the ground with no end in sight. She said, Go on down. Yan Yi nodded and gazed at Nanjing. Be careful. He transformed into a ray of light and went underground. At the mountain peak, Jian Yu turned around and looked up at the sky. It may not go very smoothly. And Nanjing looked up at the sky with a spear in her grasp. It'll kill all who come. She just stood there on the mountain top like a god of war. Chapter 2409 Ants. Chapter 2409 Ants. Jian Yu glanced at Nanjing while feeling quite shocked in her heart. Imposing aura. There was an indescribably imposing aura on Nanjing, and it felt confident, extremely confident. It was like she could even kill a god. A mysterious and amazing woman. That was what Jian Yu thought of Nanjing. Jian Yu restrained her thoughts and looked up into the sky. So long as Yan Yi could take the sword, then her mission would be over. Moreover, her clan wouldn't have to ever shoulder this responsibility anymore. Her responsibility was to protect the sword until it found its owner. In the past, she had placed her hopes on Snowy because she felt that it was very likely for Snowy to take it with her. After all, Snowy was a sprite progenitor. Unfortunately, the sword hadn't shown itself because of Snowy. That disappointed her a little. Yet now, it was actually on the verge of leaving on its own. That was something she had never expected. No matter what, she refused to let anyone spoil this. Because so long as the sword left the Sword Ruins, everything would stop being any of her business. Jian Yu held her huge sword in her right grasp while looking up into the sky, and her gaze gradually turned icy cold. Yan Yi descended all the way with Snowy on his shoulder. When he was going in search of treasures, he naturally had to take Snowy with him. Yan Yi descended all the way for a period even he wasn't sure of, and then his feet finally touched the ground. Snowy scanned the surroundings with slight curiosity and anticipation. She had spoken with the sword in the past. At that time, she had asked it to come out and play. Unfortunately, it seemed to be incapable of leaving. Now, it probably could. Yan Yi led Snowy ahead, and it didn't take long for him to stop. There was a pitch-black casket not too far ahead. Snowy pointed at it. Yan Yi smiled and walked over to it. It wasn't a huge casket, and it was covered in strange symbols. Besides that, there were hair-thin black threads around it. These threads enveloped the casket like a ball. The sword sheath in Yan Yi's grasp was trembling. Suddenly, the casket trembled. At the same time, The symbols around it started to light up along with the shaking of the sword sheath. After that, a low sword howl seeped out from within the casket. Snowy pointed at the casket again and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at it for a long time, and then he raised his sword and swung it. Bang! Yang Yi and his sword were blasted away, but the casket didn't even shake. Snowy blinked and was quite stunned. A short while later, she flew over to Yang Yi with eyes filled with concern. Yang Yi rubbed her head and smiled. "I'm fine." As he spoke, he looked at the casket. Its hardness had exceeded his imaginations. After all, his sword was a divine treasure, but it had actually been unable to leave a mark on the casket. Suddenly, Snowy flew over to the casket and slapped it. Bang! The casket shook violently, and then it trembled while seeming to be afraid of something. Snowy blinked and sniffed lightly. Hiss! The casket instantly turned ethereal, and it trembled even more violently. Right when Snowy was about to inhale again, the casket suddenly sent out ripples. Obviously, it was communicating with her. Snowy blinked and patted it lightly to say that it should open up. The casket hesitated for a moment, and Snowy immediately opened her mouth in response. Suddenly, it shook, and then opened slowly. A sword howl resounded, and it shot through the ground and into the clouds. At this moment, everyone throughout Eternal Border heard it. Countless experts looked toward the sword ruins, and it didn't take long for some of them to think of something. Their expressions changed drastically, and they rushed in the sword ruins direction. The sword ruins. Underground. At the instant the casket flipped open, a sword flew out from within, and then it transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's forehead. In an instant, his body stiffened, and then the scene before him started to change. 3 breaths of time later, a black-robed sword cultivator appeared before him. The sword cultivator walked in Yang Yi's direction and said, "If you wish to obtain this sword's acknowledgement, then you must pass 12 sword cultivators." As soon as the man finished speaking, a ray of sword energy shot at Yang Yi's forehead. It was extremely swift to the point it exceeded Yang Yi's reaction speed. Yang Yi instinctively swung a punch forward. Hiss! A sword pierced through his arm, and Yang Yi was blasted away with it. The sword ruins. Jian Yu's face gradually turned gloomy at the top of the mountain. It was because countless auras had appeared in the surroundings. Countless experts were here. And Nanjing shot a glance into the sky, and then she tightened her grip on the black spear. Suddenly, a black-robed old man appeared 300 m away from them. The old man glanced at them and said, "Jian Yu, am a guardian of this world. Is Yang Yi inheriting that sword?" That sword. There was a sword in the sword ruins, and everyone knew about it. However, no one knew how strong it was. But now, along with that sword howl, they did. It was very strong. It could fall into anyone's hands, but absolutely not Yang Yi's. Once it fell into Yang Yi's hands, it would be a calamity to Eternal Border. Jian Yu nodded. Yes. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly. Jian Yu, can you give me face and don't let him get it? So long as he doesn't get it, we guarantee that no one will break the rules of the sword ruins. Jian Yu shook her head slightly. That sword is beyond my clan's control. The black-robed old man spoke solemnly. Jian Yu, you should be aware of the enmity between us and Yang Yi. It isn't just the Guardians, even the other powers won't let him live. If you help him, it's no different than going against all the powers of Eternal Border. Jian Yu replied indifferently. If you have the ability, you can make that sword go with you. So long as you can accomplish that, I won't say anything about it. The black-robed old stated indifferently. Jian Yu, out of consideration for your Jian clan, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't stop him, then I'll destroy the sword ruins. Jian Yu raised the huge sword by her side. Give it a try. As soon as she finished speaking, countless strands of sword intent converged like a torrent toward her from all over the sword ruins. In an instant, her aura started to rise explosively while her sword intent started to increase madly as well. The black-robed old man's gaze gradually turned icy cold, and then he raised his right hand and slammed it down. In an instant, the ground throughout the sword ruins started to tremble. Suddenly, a Nanjing left the ground. The black-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and a wisp of icy cold killing intent flashed within them. Had been on guard against her from the very beginning, so he clenched his right fist slightly and twisted it. Bang! A Nanjing was stopped on the spot, and a huge spatial vortex appeared around her. The old man was trying to mince her apart. A wave of powerful energy was ceaselessly mincing apart everything there, including the ray of light a Nanjing had transformed into earlier. Right when the light was about to be obliterated, a spear suddenly shot out of the vortex. Bang! The vortex exploded apart, and then the spear slammed against the old man. Boom! The old man was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a Nanjing appeared before him, and then her fist descended at his face. Her fist. The imposing aura it carried was countless times more terrifying than the aura of the world, and it was simply horrifying. The old man was shocked. While he knew she was very strong, had still underestimated her strength. The old man didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest, and he immediately twisted his right hand, causing a pitch-black rope to flash out and circle up before slamming down at her. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly through the sky, and then a spear blasted the black rope into bits. Hiss! The spear tore through the air and shot at the old man. A wisp of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes as he slapped his palm forward. Bang! The world trembled before his palm. It carried the strength to destroy 3 worlds. However, the spear before him wasn't any weaker to this. As soon as they collided, the old man was pushed backward repeatedly. Suddenly, another spear shot at the old man. The old man was shocked and slapped his palm forward again. Hiss! The spear pierced through the old man's entire arm, and the powerful force within it blasted him 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a Nanjing appeared before him again. This time, she didn't use her spear and just swung a kick at him. Bam! The old man didn't even have the ability to dodge or defend himself against it, and so her kick slammed straight against his chest. Crack! At this moment, the old man's chest and internal organs cracked open, and his figure was kicked away. A Nanjing was about to attack again when 2 powerful auras suddenly slammed down at her from both sides. 2 more 3-world realm experts. Coupled with the black-robed old man, there were 3 3-world realm experts now. Moreover, there were countless more experts watching from the shadows. In the clouds, a Nanjing stretched her right hand behind her head and wrapped her ponytail around her neck. After that, she closed her eyes slowly. Ants! Bang! A powerful aura swept out from within her. The world trembled before her. Chapter 24:10 I Don't Want It Anymore. Chapter 24:10 I Don't Want It Anymore. A Nanjing's aura grew more and more strong, and the space throughout the sword ruins started to boil violently like water. However, that wasn't the end of it. Her aura was still rising madly, and then a pressure that didn't conform to her realm of cultivation gradually appeared in the sky above the sword ruins. The Limit Breaker realm experts on either side of her were forced to a stop by the pressure and aura. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, a Nanjing hurled her spear to the right, and it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Hiss! 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 Everywhere it passed, space was blasted into pieces, and it didn't take long for a huge hole to appear in the sky. The 3-world realm expert it targeted was horrified. He didn't dare act carelessly at all. His profound energy surged out like the tide while a silver spear appeared in his grasp, and then it swept forward like a raging dragon leaving the ocean for battle. Boom! An explosion resounded, and the 3-world realm expert was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, blood sprayed incessantly from his mouth while horrifying cracks covered the arm which he used to hold the spear. After she repulsed him with a single attack, and Nanjing turned around and slammed her fist forward. The imposing aura it carried seemed capable of obliterating the world. Boom! The space before Nanjing shook violently, and then a figure was blasted away. It was the three-world realm expert. After she repulsed the old man, she looked up at the black-robed old man from before. At this moment, a solemn expression covered the old man's face. Nanjing's strength had far surpassed his expectations, or it should be said to have absolutely surpassed everyone's expectations. She was really strong. Nanjing didn't attack again and just returned to the mountain top. Obviously, she was afraid of being led away. She refused to let anyone underground until Yang Yi returned. In the sky, the black-robed old man's group didn't dare to attack again. The old man glanced at the sky and said, "Everyone, it isn't that we're not trying, but I'm sure you've noticed how strong she is. If you don't help, then just wait for Yang Yi to inherit that sword." The sky remained silent. The old man laughed coldly, and he just closed his eyes slowly. He knew that someone would act because no one wanted to let Yang Yi continue growing stronger. Yang Yi was already able to instill fear in countless people. Wait! The old man was waiting until someone took action. Meanwhile, Nanjing sat cross-legged on the mountain top, and two spears were by her side. Meanwhile, more and more powerful auras converged in the sky, and a suffocating wave of pressure appeared throughout the sword ruins. Suddenly, Sword Scroll appeared by Nanjing's side, and Snowy was on her shoulder. Snowy was holding a mirror in her paws. Nanjing glanced at them and asked, "What about him?" Sword Scroll replied softly, "He needs some time." Nanjing nodded. "All right." Sword Scroll looked up at the sky with a wisp of worry in her eyes. As for Snowy, she leaped onto Nanjing's shoulder, and she looked up into the sky with the mirror in her arms. No one knew what she was thinking. Deep underground, a sword howl resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted around 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, blood seeped out slowly from the left side of his chest. A hole! At this moment, there were no less than 20 injuries throughout Yang Yi's body, and every one of them was bone deep. If his body wasn't extremely strong, and if he didn't possess primordial violet energy, he would be dead by now. Even then, he was on the verge of being unable to hold on any longer. Yet now, had only defeated 2 sword cultivators. There were 10 more. Yang Yi felt quite a bit of despair, true despair. He was merely facing the 3rd sword cultivator right now, but it was at least a 4-world realm expert. Had been crushed the moment they fought. The black-robed sword cultivator before him didn't attack again upon pushing him back, and had just stopped on the spot instead. Yang Yi knew the sword cultivator before him was waiting for him to attack. That was what happened earlier. The 3rd sword cultivator hadn't attacked upon appearing, but once he attacked, he was just suddenly pushed back. Or it should be said that if he hadn't reacted quickly enough, it would have killed him. That attack was simply like a shadow. Strong! This 4-world realm sword cultivator was truly strong. Yang Yi glanced at his chest. The hole there was gradually healing up. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up at the black-robed sword cultivator, and then the sword gored by his waist shook violently. After that, a ray of light soundlessly appeared before the sword cultivator's throat. However, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he forcefully twisted his body to the side. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed from his left shoulder. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have stabbed his throat. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi looked up at the black-robed man. At this moment, his flying sword had stopped just a few meters to the right of the black-robed man, and a sword was pressed against it. At the instant his flying sword shot forward earlier, the black-robed man had swung his sword twice. One to attack, and one to defend himself. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he tapped his right foot down and appeared before the black-robed man. After that, he swung his sword with both hands. The sword domain. 4 swings. Had immediately used 4 swings. His ultimate attack. As soon as the 4th swing descended, a sword suddenly stabbed against the tip of his sword. A moment of silence ensued. Boom! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted away with his sword. As for the black-robed man in front of him, the man had been pushed over 1 kilometer back as well. Cough. Yang Yi started coughing intensely while gradually crawling up from the ground. Meanwhile, the black-robed sword cultivator had appeared not too far away from him. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked up at the black-robed sword cultivator. He felt powerless. He really felt quite powerless at this moment. The strength of this 4-world realm sword cultivator had far surpassed his own strength, and he was being completely surpassed. It was suppression in cultivation, in attainments of the sword Tao, and strength itself. It was complete suppression. It could be said that he had no chance to win, but he had no chance to retreat either. He could only fight. Yang Yi took a deep breath while his profound energy surged madly. Moreover, his profound primal energy started to circulate as well, causing the veins on his arms to gradually start bulging up. Strength. Pure strength. Boom! A terrifying wave of intent swept out from within him. Madness intent. As soon as his madness intent appeared, his sword intent and slaughter intent were instantly suppressed back into his body. Yang Yi was very well aware that he was no match for the black-robed sword cultivator under normal circumstances, unless he stopped suppressing his cultivation and allowed it to rise. But even then, he may not be able to defeat the black-robed man after rising to the true world or even world lord realm. After all, had used his full strength just now, but the black-robed sword cultivator hadn't. Of course, there was another reason why Head released his madness intent. It was because he wanted to give it a try. He wanted to try how strong it was when combined with his sword. Yang Yi's mind wasn't very clear at this moment, and he held the sword precursor with both hands as he advanced swiftly and swung his sword at the black-robed sword cultivator. A single swing. As soon as it descended, a sword stabbed against the blade of his sword. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of collision resounded, and then Yang Yi swung the sword again. In the past it had been the madness saber technique, yet now, it was the madness sword technique. What was madness? It was utter insanity. At this moment Yang Yi had given up on defending himself, and he focused on just one thing. Attacking. Attacking like a madman. Simply speaking, he was fighting without any regard for his life. Sure enough, it was working. From being in a passive position in the beginning, he was gradually gaining the initiative. Of course, he paid a terrible price. At this moment, his body was covered in injuries, and every one of them was bone deep. However, the black-robed sword cultivator had started to be pushed back. He was being suppressed by Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi had started to suppress the black-robed sword cultivator. Once he used his madness intent, Yang Yi grew more and more insane as he fought, and fighting with no regard for his life allowed the strength of his attacks to grow increasingly stronger. Simply speaking, it was a form of aura, and he had the aura of someone who wouldn't stop until death took him. Of course, it came with a terrible price. The injuries throughout his body were increasing, and it seemed like he was suffering the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. He was being cut up. Hiss! 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 The sound of skin being sliced open resounded incessantly, and the black-robed man was being pushed back incessantly. As for Yang Yi, only rays of light could be seen but not his figure itself. Just like that, a long time passed before the space here had been sliced into countless pieces. At this moment, the black-robed man had been pushed over 30 kilometers away, and his body was growing increasingly ethereal. Finally, after an hour of fighting, a ray of sword energy descended, and the black-robed man was obliterated. However, Yang Yi crashed to the ground as well. As soon as he fell, a puddle of blood appeared beneath him. Blood was flowing swiftly, and in huge amounts. Yang Yi lay there in the pool of blood while his body twitched incessantly, and the madness intent around him gradually surged back within him. It was part of a deal Head made with the madness intent. It could come out, but it had to return when he wanted it to. Otherwise, he would suppress it forever. Simply speaking, he could control it now. Once the madness intent vanished, Another black-robed sword cultivator appeared nearby. The sword cultivator's aura was much stronger and terrifying than the last. However, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, I'm stopping. I don't want it anymore. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.